Oh. Yo, how's it going? Yes, we are live again today because I am actually not feeling really well. I was hoping to go to work today, but that's just not in the cards. So I'm sitting at home trying to rest and
hey guys, welcome back to JR
trying to feel better.
Simu here, and today
Yeah, I'm going to be opening the floor for debate on topics of religion if people would like to. Send in a guest request and we can have a conversation.
Not entirely sure what the first ultimate concept was, but we'll go with it. So today we got Jungle on the lanes. We're filming the exact same day after our reality review.
Yeah, I feel terrible. It's just, this is just a bad day, man. This is one of those times where being kidney failure and being on dialysis is just a fucking bitch. And I have dialysis right away in the morning. But until then, I'm going to feel a little bit rough.
One here has the RST core and the Microtrax hybrid cover stock, which is stronger than the E-Trax. So the RST is definitely going to be more overall with the stronger core and stronger cover, but they should have a pretty similar shape. And again, with the Pearl here compared to the original Rubicon, a little bit longer, a little bit sharper, and maybe a little bit. Same layout. We'll have it up on the screen right now. We invite you to subscribe to our channel. We have almost every new ball review and weekly content. All right, let's go watch Jungle take 4 through the face.
No, I will not be turning to God. No, I was not a heavy drinker.
Jungle's back. Actually, never left. Just did the ball review for the reality on this lane.
What's up?
UC2.
My kidneys failed because of an autoimmune disease. It's called anti-GBM disease.
Purple swirlies in there, pink lettering. Based off where the reality struck, this is my best guess where this will strike from. Let's give it a shot.
It's just autoimmune disease.
Well, that was a lucky guess. That ball sure turns the corner hard down lane. Wow. So I just did the ball review for the reality on this lane. So it's a little bit of wear there, maybe 3 or 4 games with super high-end dull equipment. So I think this is where these Rubicons will really come in nice.
Because I'm a member of the Satanic Temple. That's why I say Hail Satan.
These are HP3.
My ears, I think, are at 5/8. I'm not 100% sure. I very, very rarely buy any new piercings for them. I don't worship Satan.
Should start up earlier, be a much smoother shape, and I think it'll hook a little bit more.
What does the Satanic Temple do? We are a civil rights organization. We are a group of atheists. The Satanic Temple is a non-theistic religion. We do not believe in a literal Satan. We do not worship a literal Satan. As a matter of fact, we are very much a scientifically minded kind of organization. I don't worship anybody.
So I think this ball's going to be much stronger. Maybe 3 to 4 boards. And it's going to turn the...
If people want to have a debate, if we don't have a conversation, you can send in a guest request.
Yeah, for sure. I missed right there. It came back and smoked the pocket. RSC definitely looks more, for sure. Missed right there at the arrows.
How's it going, dear?
Hallelujah. All right, let's go 5 left at the RSC.
Lord of Bones, how are you doing? No, I don't believe in Scientology. Homie is watching bowling. I'm in a league. I'm in a league right now, and this league actually gives you a ball. And the ball I want, I'm looking at one of the video reviews for that ball. It's called the Roto Rubicon UC2. Yes, I have a job. No, I am not doing it today because I feel terrible. Thank you. I like my necklace too. No, I am not Aaron Rodgers. I am pro-choice. Satanic Temple. Can I explain autoimmune disease? What do you want to know about it? It's pretty simple. My immune system turned into a disease that attacked my kidneys. That's what autoimmune disease is. Yes, TST from Bones. Hey, Bones. I like meeting fellow TST members. Anton LaVey was a Satan worshipping Satanist? No, he wasn't. Anton LaVey was an atheist, but he was still a chronic piece of shit who was very misogynistic, and he was a cult leader. Anton LaVey was not a moral person by any stretch of the imagination. He did have a few good ideas, but at the end of the day, he was a shitty ass con artist. And the person that replaced him was even worse. So I don't get along with the Satanic Church very well. I'm very much a member of the Satanic Temple. I look like the Witcher. I fucking wish. I don't want your pity. Keep your sorries to yourself. I don't need it. I don't want it. If you guys want to know what the Satanic Temple is about, go visit the website. I'm tired of repeating myself. I'm tired of re-explaining it. Go to the Satanic Temple website, read the About Us, read the 7 fundamental tenets, and make up your own mind. I don't want your prayers. Keep them to yourself. No, I am not emo. Jesus. Can you guys ask intellectual questions for a change? That'd be great. Who said I'm being aggressive? I'm seriously just sitting here relaxed. Ooh, we have a guest. Let's see where this goes.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Oh, fucking rough.
Yeah, I, I understand. Yeah, I've been part of the COS Church of Satan since 2008. So,
Gotcha.
yeah, we're on the same line. Well, with people saying what is Satanism, it's a little bit different for TST. You guys are more of a political activist, humanist group,
Yeah,
and the Church of
very much so.
Satan we believe it as a philosophy. It's an Epicurean philosophy of rational self-interest.
Yeah.
And we don't believe in Satan. We don't believe in gods or ghoulies or ghosties. We don't believe in none of this damn shit. So, but it's the same shit
In
we're
the
going to
7
have to
fundamental
repeat
tenets.
for fucking ever.
Yeah. In the same way that
Yeah.
well, we have the 7 fundamental tenets in the Satanic Temple. One number 5, which is my favorite tenet, is one's beliefs should conform to the world's best known scientific evidence of the world. And we should be careful not to allow bias to corrupt scientific facts. I mean,
Well,
reality
we have
is,
something like that.
yeah,
It's it's like the sins, and the first sin is stupidity. Basically, don't be stupid.
Yeah. Don't you guys have 11
Don't be
rules?
willfully ignorant. Yes, the 11 rules. Yeah, well, yeah, the 11 sins of
Okay.
the earth, 11 rules of the earth. Yeah, number one, yeah, it's stupidity. Like don't be willfully ignorant. There's an understanding if you're just naturally ignorant to something because you haven't learned or observed it. But if you're just denying facts, then yeah, you're stupid. We're gonna call
Yeah.
you stupid.
Yeah. Exactly. There is a huge difference between willful ignorance and just ignorance. Ignorance, the person who is ignorant is never usually at fault for it. It derives from a serious lack of access to education. But the person who intentionally, like you said, denies the facts of a given matter because it doesn't fit their narrative or they don't
Yep.
believe those facts, that's just intentional stupidity on their part.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, like the contradictions. I'm gonna pick on Christianity here, but because
Well, I mean, we
it's
live in the
low hanging
U.S.
fruit.
We live in the U.S. Christianity seems to be the target of the day. If we lived in another country, it would be
Yeah,
a different religion.
actually, Satanism is atheism.
Yes, Satanism is
We are
atheism.
atheistic. Yeah, because we don't have a belief in gods or gods. We lack the belief in God
Yeah,
or God. So we are
we're
atheists.
not we are not convinced that a God exists due to insufficient evidence.
Because do you know what Satan stands for? Satan is the accuser. It's a title.
Yeah,
It's not
it's
an
a
actual person. Actually, if you read the Bible, you would know this.
well, I mean, it's not even just reading the Bible because the Bible is going to be a little confusing. It's mostly spoken in allegorical bullshit. But if you want to understand what the word Satan
Yeah.
actually means, look up the original translation of the fucking word. The accuser or the adversary. It has
Yep.
literally nothing to
The
do with
adversary.
the has nothing to do with the demon horned pitchfork carrying red guy that lives in hell. That's not what Satan is.
No, we're talking about a definition that wasn't arise until Dante's Inferno.
Yeah, or Paradise Lost back in the fifth fucking
Yeah,
century.
Paradise Lost. Yep. And they what they
And if you
did
don't know
was
what if you don't know
they
what Dante's Inferno is or Paradise Lost is, then you don't understand literature at all.
yeah, what they did was they took the concept of adversary and they deified it. They just was like, okay, we already have they wanted an enemy to their main character. That's what they wanted.
Yep. Yeah. And the devil is actually it's not the devil is not Satan. The devil is a completely different character who happens to be the I
You're
guess
talking about
you could call
Lucifer?
him no, the character of the devil in the Bible. The
Because
character of the devil,
Lucifer is a completely different one.
yeah, Lucifer is a totally different character as well. But the devil in the Bible is not Satan. The devil in the Bible is Yahweh's little henchman. The only time the devil specifically ever does anything in the Bible, it's with God's permission, with Yahweh's permission.
Yeah,
And Lucifer is just a demigod, Yahweh's brother. The
I
Northern
don't
Light.
understand why they think that the devil has anything over any action over evil when he wasn't the one. The devil wasn't the one who created evil. God did. Isaiah 45:7 tells
45:7.
you, "I am the light. I create." Yeah, 45:7. I create good and evil. I do all these things. I am the Lord. Like
Yeah,
this is your God speaking and saying, "I created evil."
yeah. I
So
got this
for me
necklace
to
from the
say
store. I
God,
got the,
the God of the Bible is evil is not a false word. Like that's not me being false or being indifferent to your God. That's me just stating a fact of something that your God stated himself.
I got this necklace at a store in Mesa called Shirts and Things. You can order this necklace online. There is a Facebook page called The Sigil of Baphomet.
Satan and Me is the main page for the Church of Satan, who that has the official, because the Sigil of Baphomet is licensed by the Church of Satan because it was invented by Anton LaVey,
Well,
and the original they still have the patent for that.
The sigil, I guess, is probably, but Baphomet himself was
No,
created by the Christian Church during the Crusades.
Yeah. Well, I know that the Baphomet's older than that. I'm talking about the sigil itself with Leviathan and around it. That is a Church of Satan image. And there's an official page you could go to. They have the actual sigils you could buy, but you don't have to go there. They sell it anywhere. I'm seeing them on Amazon and shit too. I'll show you mine. I got I painted my wall with my sigil. Oh, I don't know if I could turn the camera back on. Damn it. No.
No, you have to jump out and jump back in. But man, I appreciate you, dude, and thank you for jumping in really quick.
Yeah, definitely, man. Yeah, I mainly post. I'm an astrophotographer, structural engineer.
Okay.
So I build trains and stuff, and I promote education and science and knowledge, and none of this Bronze Age Abrahamic nonsense that people were trying to cling on to.
Gotcha. I just followed you.
All right, man. Have a good time, man.
Hey, man, take it easy.
Keep preaching the true word.
For sure.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan. All right. We are jumping in with somebody who's not connecting.
Hello.
Yep. Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
How's it going?
It's going good. So yeah, I was just listening in to that last conversation. I thought it was interesting. So for me, being I'm a Christian, so I was just curious about your position.
Yeah. Ask a question.
Well, yeah, I was just asking if you could just clarify your position in Satanism.
I'm an atheist. Satanists are non-theistic religion. We are almost entirely made of atheists. We use Satanism and the imagery of Satan as a symbol, from as a metaphor for fighting against tyranny, which is what Christianity is: tyranny, authoritarianism.
It's interesting. I have a coworker at my job who's actually a Satanist, and we actually had a really good conversation about Satanism and stuff like that. And I was just hoping that I could come here and basically see things from your point of view and get a better grasp of what you believe and claim. So I guess to start the conversation, so you obviously, since you claim to be an atheist, so you don't believe that there is a God. So I would like to ask, what would you say your explanation for the universe and things like that be?
Naturalistic explanations. Nothing supernatural.
Okay, so
Big Bang.
Can you clarify? That can be like very vague.
What we don't know, we don't know. The Big Bang happened. The expansion happened. What happened before that? We haven't the foggiest fucking clue.
Well, if we're gonna, wouldn't we want to figure out what happened before, or like what started it? Isn't that like a big important piece in the puzzle?
Yeah, but it's going to be achieved through science, not through assuming that a god did it.
Well, if the Big Bang is what caused the universe or created the universe, you can't really prove what started the Big Bang with science, because what
How do you
science
know?
what science is a tool that we use to help basically understand the physical world and our physical universe. So if the Big Bang started or is what created our physical universe, then we can't use a physical tool to describe how that happened, because
How do you know?
it well, it's
How do
like
you
I
know?
just
First off,
well
you're assuming that what caused the Big Bang wasn't natural.
well, it can't be,
Why?
because what caused the Big Bang, or what was inside the Big Bang,
Do
is
you
what
know what
caused
is?
our universe.
Do you know?
And
Do you know anything about what is outside the universe?
well, the issue is what is within our universe is
I
considered our
asked.
nature, correct?
I asked a question. Do you know what is outside of the universe?
Well, not our nature, so there would be
Sorry.
not our nature. Basically, the
How do you
point
know?
that I'm
How do you know?
well, because I'm trying to let you know. So basically, what I'm saying is the point that I'm making is anything that is outside our universe is outside our nature. All of nature
How do you
is
know?
lies.
Wait, stop.
I'm
How
explaining.
do you know that?
I'm explaining. So all of what is
No, you're not.
inside our
You're
universe.
just repeating. Stop. You're not explaining anything. You are repeating your position. That is not an explanation.
Okay.
How
So
do you know that what is outside of the universe isn't natural?
what would you say is natural then? Define that.
That which can be observed.
What do you mean by that? So are you saying our thoughts isn't natural because you can't observe thoughts?
Uh, I don't understand why religious people exist. It is such a simplistic ass way to look at the world. Can we see thoughts? No. Can we see electrical and chemical activity taking place in the brain that produces thoughts? Yes.
But we're just seeing the act or the action of what produces the thought, but we can't see the thought itself. That's the point.
Yet.
Well, if we can't see it now, so we can't consider it natural, because like you just stated that what is natural is what can be observed.
You can observe human behavior, can't you?
Yeah, but you can't, like I said, or like I stated, you can't observe thoughts. It's immaterial.
Fine.
And
You
another,
can't observe a fucking thought. What the fuck does that even matter? You are
well,
making a claim
whoa,
about the
whoa,
existence of things
whoa.
outside of the fucking universe. Stop. Stop. You are making a claim about the things outside of the fucking universe. How?
Basically, I was just trying to clarify on what you mean by nature,
No,
because
you
my
weren't.
explanation.
You went off on a totally different goddamn thing that is not clarification. I asked you a simple question. How do you know what is
Well,
outside of the universe?
Well, basically, the reason why I asked you the question, well, what do you consider nature, or what is our nature, is because we're having a misunderstanding, because we're misunderstanding our terms. So for me, how I understand the word nature is basically everything that is within our universe. But you use the term that nature.
That's not how I define nature.
I know that's what I'm saying. But you define nature as everything that we can observe. So the issue is
And you're
that
still making
we're
fine,
having a
fine. You're still
disagreement.
making claims. You're still making claims about things you can't know. That's my point. I don't give
Can
a
I
fuck
finish?
about
Can I
what is
finish
and
my
is not
point?
nature. I don't give a shit about what is and is not nature. My point is, you are making claims about things that are outside of our universe. That's my point.
But the thing is, in order for us to have the conversation on nature, we have to come to an agreement on what nature is. That's what I'm trying to say. If we want to further this conversation, we have to agree on our terms, or If we don't agree on the terms, we're just going to be talking
I
past
don't give a
each other.
I'm going to repeat myself one more time. I do not give a fuck about what is and is not considered nature. I don't care. I want to know how you know what is beyond the universe.
Well, I would say that what is beyond the universe is something that is immaterial, because
How do you know? How do you know?
because what the universe
Have you witnessed it? Have you observed it? Can you do a mathematical equation? Can you offer any evidence at all?
Can you let me finish my statement?
For fuck's sake.
Basically, what I was saying is,
Yeah, sure.
right?
Please waste more of my fucking time.
Oh my goodness, man. Why you got to be like this, bro? I'm just trying to have a decent conversation.
You are literally backing yourself up so that you don't have to answer my question
You're
directly.
not even understanding what I'm trying to agree on our terms so we can have a decent conversation
I don't
and actually
give,
move forward in the conversation.
I don't give a shit. Fuck. Fine. Go. Waste time. Get there. Let's do it.
All right. So basically what I was saying was that, so everything that is material, right? If you believe the Big Bang is what created everything and all things that is in existence, that means the Big Bang created everything that is material. So by logic, everything that was not created by the Big Bang, which is everything that is outside our universe, is immaterial. That's just logic.
How do you know? No, it's not.
I just explained. That's just logic. Can
No,
you
it's
explain
not.
how
That
it's
is
not
not logic. That is not
Explain how
logic.
it's not
That
then.
is an assumption. That is an assumption. That is an assumption.
All right, explain how it's not then.
You don't fucking know what's outside of the universe. Period. You do not know. End of story. That's done.
So do you know what's outside of our universe?
No, I don't make assumptions about things I know nothing about.
But you just said that you said that you're atheist, so you affirm that there is no God. So if you don't know what's outside our universe,
No, that is not what an atheist is.
Is there a possibility? Is there a possibility that there is a God outside our universe?
That is not what an atheist is.
Is there a possibility that there is a God outside our universe?
I don't know.
So how can you make the claim?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen any evidence to support that claim.
But is it possible?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Is it possible?
I don't know. It's called agnosticism. I don't know if it's possible or if there is a God. I do know that I am not convinced that there is a God due to insufficient evidence. This is agnostic atheism.
Well, the issue is if we're going to talk about the universe, we only have two options, right? Either the universe created itself or the universe was created by a designer. So one of those is logically impossible.
No, that is an assumption. You do not know that.
All right, can you give me an example of something that would be another opportunity?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't fucking know. Neither do you.
What else could create the universe other than God or it creating itself?
No idea.
Well, what options do we have? Something that is immaterial, all-powerful, and all-knowing, which would basically be God, or it created itself. Those are our only options. I'm using logic. I'm literally using logic.
No, it isn't. This isn't logic. You've just reduced the answers down to fit your bias. This is not fucking logical.
I'm not fitting my bias. This is literally logic. You're denying logic right now.
No, I'm not. You have narrowed this down to two answers when you don't even know if it's either of those.
What we understand and how logic works, those are our only logical answers.
You don't know that.
Oh my God. Okay, how about this? Let's have this conversation. Does truth as a category exist? Absolute truth.
No.
Are you absolutely sure about that?
No.
So you're saying truth as an absolute category does not exist?
No. It does not exist. We cannot be absolutely sure of anything. We could be 99.9% sure.
You just made an absolute statement, though. That's the issue.
No, I didn't.
I said claim.
We can be sure. We can be 99.9% sure of something. We cannot be absolutely sure of something.
But when you make the statement, we cannot be absolutely sure about something, you're making a truth claim. You're saying one thing is true.
I'm making a claim from I'm making a claim from a 99. I'm making that claim from a 99.9% certainty, not 100%.
You just contradicted yourself, man.
No, I did not.
So all right, I'm gonna say this one more time. It's gonna last time I say it.
Truth is what can be observed and proven.
I
Period.
agree. I agree.
Okay. Prove a God.
So, one moment. So, a moment ago, you said absolute truth does not exist. When you make the statement, absolute truth does not exist, you are making an absolute claim. So, since you're making an absolute claim, you're making a self defeating claim. You contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't.
Explain how.
I don't
Explain
know.
how you didn't. What do you
I
mean,
don't
don't know?
know if there is. Jesus fucking Christ. I
You're
just
denying.
said
You're
I
denying
am
logic. You're denying truth.
99.9% sure that there is no such thing as an absolute truth.
And I
I am not
explained.
100%. I am not 100% sure that that is the case, but I am 99.9% sure.
But I explained to say that truth doesn't exist is a self defeating claim. I already explained it.
I have no reason to believe that it's true.
Okay, but so are you agreeing that truth does exist though?
Truth is what can be proven.
So you agree that truth as a category actually does exist.
Yeah, what you can
All
prove.
right. All right. So you just agree that truth as a category can exist. All right. So whenever it comes to the universe or God, we're presented with only two options since we know that truth exists. Does God exist? We only have two options. Yes or no. Correct?
No, no.
All
I
right. What's
don't know.
another?
I don't know if God exists.
So the thing is, I don't know is not an option. If you take a
Yes, it is.
test, if you
You
take a
cannot know
test,
something.
right?
You
If you
cannot
take
know
a
something.
test and the test is multiple choice and you mark I do not know, you're going to get that answer wrong either way because you did not mark an answer.
Well,
So
it's a good
if
thing I'm not
we,
taking a test.
but the thing is, if we understand that truth exists, the question of does God exist, we either have yes or no. If you say
No,
I don't know, you're going to be wrong either way.
I don't
That's how
know.
it works.
I'm not convinced.
So you're saying no.
I don't know. You can't prove God doesn't exist because you can't prove a fucking negative. And there's no evidence to prove that a God does exist. So
Well,
the
there is
answer is
plenty of evidence that God does
no, there
exist.
is
For
not.
example, I would
No,
say
there is not. No, there
the
is not
probability of
evidence that
life,
God, no, there
the
is not
probability
evidence
of
that
life
no,
forming from
no, no,
unnatural
no, no,
processes.
no, no, no. There is not evidence that a God exists.
Probability of life forming from unnatural processes. Do you know the
Negative.
probability?
Negative. How do you calculate the probability? Have you sat
Well,
down and calculated the probability of life
actually,
existing?
yes. You actually can. There's an actual number for it.
What is it?
Well, I don't know off the top of my head, but you can look it up.
Oh. So you haven't done the math.
Well, I haven't done it myself, but you can see the math done. There's a formula for it.
No,
You can
there isn't.
calculate. You can calculate the probability of life forming from unnatural causes.
Are you suggesting that life doesn't come from non-life?
What do you mean? I'm not suggesting that life comes from non-life. Do you believe not life comes from non-life?
I know that life can come from non-life for a fact.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, last year there was a study done
By who?
that Jesus fucking Christ. It's like arguing with a fucking wall.
But the
The
thing
only
is, you got
goddamn
on to me
information
earlier. You
the
can't
only
say that. You got
the
on
only
to me earlier by not
the
knowing the
only
exact
the
number of
only
the probability of
information
life forming.
the only
So
fucking
when you're
information
naming
Christians ever
when
fucking
you're
listen to
naming
is
a
the shit that
study and you
confirms their
can't name it,
goddamn bias.
it's the same. It's the same, man. My goodness.
The only goddamn information Christians ever fucking look for is shit that confirms their fucking bias.
That's interesting.
right
So
now,
I hope you had a
currently.
great day, man.
The amino acid produced in the NASA Ames lab
Mm,
are similar to those found previously in carbon-rich meteorites. So
okay.
there is a lab that
Mm-hmm.
created an amino acid protein
Mm-hmm.
from non-life. This amino acid protein is one of the essential building blocks of life as we understand it.
Okay. So can you read that
They
again? The
created that
study?
protein. They created that protein in a lab from non-life. If you give it 50 more years,
What was the study
these
again?
people will create life from non-life.
What was the study again? Because what is an amino acid?
NASA.gov.
What is an amino acid?
It's an amino acid protein. You Google
Well,
it.
the protein
I'm not
is the
here to
building
fucking
block of it.
educate you, man. I am not here to educate you.
A protein is the building block of a cell, right? And a protein is made up
Which is
of
what?
amino. Well,
Which is
life.
what?
Well, I'm getting there, man.
Yeah.
So a protein is made up of amino acids, right? So you're saying that this laboratory was able to create amino acids from what?
Non-life.
No, like what is that non-life that you're referring to?
I'm not a goddamn biologist. I don't know. All I did was read the fucking article.
What do you mean you don't know?
This is what scientists have discovered. Period.
You just said that scientists created amino acids from non-life. I asked you what that non-life is, and you can't tell me.
It's just a protein.
Amino acids is what makes proteins.
Yeah, it's an amino acid protein.
So what non-life did it come from?
I don't know. I wasn't there to do the fucking experiment.
So you wasn't there, so you didn't observe it. Remember when you said that nature is what we can observe? Did you observe that personally?
Yeah, scientists observed it. Scientists do this work.
But did you observe that person?
I'm a Peckerwood with a fucking TikTok channel.
Did you observe George Washington personally?
Oh, fuck off. That's a bullshit ass argument. That is a bullshit ass argument, and you fucking should know better.
That's what you stated earlier. Remember when you made that statement?
George Washington isn't science. George Washington isn't science.
I know George Washington isn't science. I'm just saying that you stated earlier
that has nothing to do with anything.
It has to deal with what we were talking about earlier. I was making a point.
No, it doesn't.
So when you made the statement that nature is what we can observe, right? Do you still agree with that statement?
What we can prove. Nature is what we can prove. We can observe and prove.
Observe and prove, right? Okay. Can we observe and prove George Washington?
Historical record, yeah.
So historical records, but what about him, the person himself?
Historical records. That's how we understand history.
So you're trusting the historical records, right? I agree. I agree that historical records are something that we should trust. But the thing that I'm making is the Bible is also made of something called historical records. No,
it is not. The Bible is made up stories that are a bunch of bullshit, and by and large have been proven wrong.
Okay. So can you tell me these stories and who wrote the Bible or who did like can you tell me that or anything like that, or any story?
By and large, we don't know who wrote. By and large, we don't know who wrote most of the Bible.
Well, we know the Bible is written by 40 different authors.
We don't stop. We don't have any of the original authors. We don't even have any of the original copies.
Well, actually,
or the original texts, for that matter.
We have manuscripts from the 1st century.
Yeah, bits and pieces, scraps, not entire fucking manuscripts. Not entire fucking manuscripts.
We have manuscripts from the 1st century, though.
We don't know who authored Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but we do know that Matthew was the oldest one, which dates to like 60 some odd years after the death of Christ.
I thought John was the oldest.
We do know that Matthew has like No, Matthew was the earliest.
No, Mark was the earliest.
Okay, fine, Mark. I confused
Yeah,
Mark and Matthew. Either
yeah, I
way,
confuse
we
them
don't
too. You
have
know.
original authorship. We don't have original authorship, and there are
Well,
two separate authors
we know
in
that
Mark.
the authors. We know the authors of the Gospels had to be eyewitnesses, and they were written in the first century.
No, they were not. They were written in the second and third person. They were not eyewitnesses. There was no eyewitness to Jesus.
There was no eyewitness to Jesus. Are you saying Jesus wasn't a
None.
historical person?
I'm saying that Jesus, the Son of God, likely was not a historical person. So, like Bart
I'm talking
Ehrman,
about Jesus the person. I'm talking the historical person of Jesus.
yeah, and I'm getting to that. Bart
Okay.
Ehrman, who is a biblical scholar and a very renounced atheist, um, thinks that Jesus likely existed, but it was just some crazy Hasidic Jew running around telling stories.
Okay. Why would some
Now,
crazy
I don't
aesthetic Jew
necessarily,
running around
I
telling
don't,
stories?
I, having read Bart Ehrman's work, I do not necessarily agree with Bart Ehrman. I
Okay.
don't think there's enough documentation to corroborate the existence of a Jesus guy. Is it possible that there was a crazy Hasidic Jew running around doing mushrooms? Sure. I don't have a reason to believe it.
Okay. Is it possible that George Washington was running around doing mushrooms? Sure. But
That has
that
nothing to
also
do with
don't.
it.
I'm
That
just
has
saying, but
nothing to do with it.
the point that I was making is that you're saying that he was doing mushrooms. You're calling the man crazy. So I was just saying, well, yeah, there's a
Yeah.
possibility, but
At the
there's also a
time, there was a
possibility,
lot of
and there's
at the
also a
time
possibility
at the
that
time that Jesus supposedly
the point
existed,
that I'm making
at the
is that
fucking
possibility
let
is
me
not
goddamn
reasonable.
fucking finish, clown. At the time Jesus was running
You're
around
the one
doing
who
this
cut
shit,
me off,
there
man.
was other people running around doing this shit.
But the thing is, the big issue that you're missing is that there's a 90% historical consensus that Jesus
No,
Christ was
there
a
is not.
real historic. Yes,
No,
there
there
is.
is not.
Yes,
No,
there
there
is.
is not.
Yes, there is.
No, there is
There is
not.
more evidence
Nope,
that Jesus was a
nope,
real person
nope,
than Julius
nope,
Caesar.
nope,
Yes.
nope, nope,
Yes.
nope,
Yes,
no.
there is. Oh my
The,
goodness.
it's called. There is a huge debate within the biblical scholar
Not a
world
huge,
as to
not a
whether or not
huge debate.
as to
You're
whether or
literally in
not
the
Jesus
minority.
actually existed. It is a fucking debate.
Do you know what a census is? A historical census? It's when
Yeah.
90% of historians agree, right? Whenever it comes to Jesus Christ as a living person, there is a historical consensus that he was a living person. Whether that you agree that he was the Son of God or anything like that, that can be up for question. But the question of Jesus being an historical person, if to say no, you're literally in the minority.
Archaeological evidence of Jesus does not exist. History.com.
History.com.
Yep.
Okay. Are you gonna look anywhere else? Because the
Yeah.
evidence for Jesus is immaculate. We got writings from first century like not non-Christians and stuff like that. We got
Fine. I'll give in. I give
Tiberius.
up. I give up. I give up. Your fucking Jesus existed. So fucking what?
Well, so
Who cares?
thank you for
Who gives a
agreeing that.
shit?
Well,
That has
it means a
literally
big deal.
nothing to do. That has
It
nothing
means
to
a big
do
deal.
with the original context of this conversation.
Well, it actually means a big deal to this conversation because we're talking about
No,
God
it
and stuff
doesn't.
like that. Well,
No, it
if
doesn't.
Christians believe that Jesus was God, well, then this is a big deal to the conversation. Would you agree?
No, it doesn't. We
So,
started this conversation with you making assumptions about things you can't possibly know.
well, we started the conversation about logically talking about the universe and what could possibly be outside the universe. And we talked about truth, and now we're talking about
No,
Jesus.
you kept
And
changing the goddamn subject because you wouldn't answer my fucking questions.
actually, I'm not changing the subject. This is all a part
You
of the
changed the
subject.
subject. We went from
This is
trying to understand how you can make assumptions about things beyond the universe to what is fucking
logically.
true to this other
Logically.
topic regarding Jesus. We have not
Logically.
stayed on topic this entire conversation.
Well, the thing is about Jesus, if Christians believe that Jesus was God and we're discussing does God exist, this is an important piece of the conversation.
No, it isn't.
Explain how.
I already
Explain how.
gave in. Okay, fine. A man resembling Jesus was wandering the desert talking shit. Now what?
Well, you just
How do you
made a
prove
lot
God?
of you just made a lot of statements saying that he was talking
How do you prove
crap.
God?
Well, for example, um, I I believe that God exists.
I
One,
don't give a
because I
fuck what you
believe.
believe. I want you to prove it.
Well, I'm telling you what I believe to be evidence, and you can take that as evidence or not. All right. So, I believe that logically we can prove that there's a God because I already brought this up earlier because I was talking about the two possibilities, right? Either the universe
Again,
created itself, or the God or a
that's an
designer created the
assumption. I'm
universe.
going to repeat myself
Um,
over and over
our
again. That is an
DNA,
assumption.
our DNA is genetic proof that there has to be a God because our
No,
DNA. Well,
no.
can you let
Now
me
you're
finish?
diving off into hardcore like Kent Hovind bullshit. Our
Well,
DNA
not
has nothing. There is
necessarily.
no evidence. Look, stop. The guy who led the Human Genome Project is Dr. Francis Collins. He
Okay.
literally headed the Human Genome Project. Now, Dr. Francis Collins is a
Okay.
Christian, but to his credit, he has came out in favor of evolution because the
Okay.
work he did on the human genome, on understanding DNA,
Deistic
proves
evolution
evolution.
exists.
It proves evolution.
Deistic evolution exists. There's many people
No,
that are
it
deists
proves
that believe in evolution.
biological evolution.
Well, if you can let me finish what I was gonna bring up about biology, right? In our DNA contains information. All right. If there is information, there has to be a mind behind it.
No, there doesn't.
So if you read a
If there was
dictionary,
no such
right?
thing as a human, if there was no such thing as a human mind, would
If
DNA still considered would DNA still be considered something that carries information?
Well, the thing is, if there is
No,
no such
you
thing
wouldn't
as the human
understand
mind
it.
with DNA, so
You wouldn't understand it. The only reason DNA has information at all is because we made it up to
we made up
understand it.
information. We made up
We made up
information.
in an effort to understand what DNA is. We assigned things to it.
So if you were to look at a dictionary, right? A dictionary contains information, correct?
Sure.
So would you ever assume that a dictionary formed by an explosion in a printing press?
If there was an infinite number of explosions, sure.
But there isn't,
How do you know?
because an infinite number of explosions is not possible for a printing press and a dictionary.
Well, yeah, because this is an analogy and has nothing to do with reality.
Well, the point that I'm making is that we would never look at a dictionary and assume that a dictionary formed
Yeah, this
by
is
the
a really
explosion in a
sorry ass
printing
version of
press.
the watchmaker argument,
So
and you're not getting anywhere.
basically, what I'm making, the statement that I'm making is that DNA, or genetic code, the information that is within our DNA, is
Do
far
we have
more
evidence of people?
is
Do we have
far
evidence of
is
people?
far
Do
more
we have evidence of?
complex. It's far more
Do we have
complex
evidence of
than a
people
dictionary,
writing things
man.
down?
So the point that
Do
I'm
we have
making
evidence of?
is
Stop!
that
Shut the
you
fuck
would
up!
never.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the
You're
fuck up!
cutting me off,
Shut
man.
the
I'm
fuck up!
sorry, but you're trying
Shut
to
the
cut
fuck
me
up!
off. You're trying
Shut
to
the
cut
fuck
me
up!
off. I just want to finish
Shut the
my
fuck
point.
up!
I just
Shut
want
the
to
fuck
finish my
up!
point.
No!
Why we gotta have this nasty argument, man? I really wanted to just
Because
have
you
a
keep
respectful
saying shit
argument.
that's wrong, and when I try to correct you, you don't shut the fuck up.
What have I said that was wrong?
Do we have evidence of people writing things down?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have evidence that words have meaning, have a
Yes.
definition? Okay. So that's how
Yes.
you extrapolate whether or not a dictionary could be written.
All right.
Do you
I
have
agree.
evidence? Do you have
I agree.
evidence, solid evidence, that a God exists? No, you do not.
Well, I'm getting into the evidence because, like you just stated, right? If We have evidence that a word was written down because we've seen words being written down before we have observed it, so that we know that words that have meaning have minds behind it because it's written behind a mind was written behind it, right? It had a mind behind it. You will never walk in the forest and you can walk in a forest and see a group of rocks that say bird, dog, go. You could assume that formed from unnatural causes, but you will never walk into a forest and say, "Hey, Bill, your dog Go is at the beach," and assume that formed by natural causes. So the point that I'm making is that we see messages have minds behind it. Anything that is information has a mind behind it, and our DNA, which contains information to how our bodies are built and how we are all individually built, is far more complex than any dictionary or any simple form of information or message that we can give. So the point that I'm making is biologically, our DNA would be proof that there is a mind behind it.
What information does a DNA have in it?
Well, our DNA is what basically helps what makes you
That's
you.
not what
You
I asked.
know, our
That's not what I
DNA
asked.
is what can
That's not what I asked.
our DNA contains information of what makes your hair color, your eye color, how tall you are, all of that.
Right.
All that information is within your DNA.
And all of that has been proven through evolution.
How?
I'm not an evolutionary biologist. The best I can do is point out what evolutionary biologists
So you
say.
don't know. You just told me you don't know. That's literally what you were just saying.
No, that's not what I said.
Well, you just said that I
What is
asked you
2
how,
plus 2?
and you said I'm not an evolutionary biologist.
What is 2 plus 2?
So you don't know.
What
There's
is
nothing
2
wrong
plus
with
2?
not knowing.
What is 2 plus 2?
4.
How the fuck did you learn that?
School.
Yeah, somebody taught you.
A mind taught me.
So
yes.
when I sit here and I convey information from something I was taught by an expert in the fucking field.
Okay. But you can't regurgitate what you were taught?
I'm not an evolutionary biologist, man. I don't understand a lot of it, but I still rely on the experts to do the right thing.
See, the thing
because of
is,
their continued reliability.
All right. See, the thing is, I'm not getting on to you for not knowing how
Yeah, you are.
something works. That's not my intention. I don't mean to do that. The point that I was making is that there's a mind behind our information.
You need to prove that there's a mind behind it. You can't just assert or assume it.
You just proved my statement earlier, how you said that, well, we see people write messages and we've only seen people write messages. So whenever we see a message, we know that
Have you ever witnessed a God create? Have you ever witnessed a God create anything? Have you ever witnessed a God create anything?
Well, the point.
No,
so you're talking about how
you haven't. You have never witnessed a God create anything.
Did you witness the Big Bang?
Yeah, we have.
Oh, we've witnessed the Big Bang.
Yeah, we see the radioactive.
So we were there.
Well,
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the gravitational waves we see in space. What I'm talking about
gravitational waves either.
Then what
microwave radiation background. That's how we know the Big Bang happened.
But the thing is, what I'm saying is, what I'm referring to is, you're saying we know the Big Bang happened based off us observing our universe, correct?
Yeah.
And I'm saying we can know that God exists by us observing our universe.
How?
What do you mean how? I just explained how
you observe God. Did you observe God?
Did you observe the Big Bang?
I don't have to because there's evidence of it.
Oh my goodness! So I believe there's evidence for my God too. So basically,
and I'm asking you what that evidence is. I'm asking you what that evidence is.
Yo, it's literally we're literally saying the same thing. We are literally saying the same thing.
That's an assumption.
You are saying the same exact thing I'm saying.
No, I'm not. That's an assumption.
Yes, you are. You're saying that we know the Big Bang exists by us observing our universe. I'm saying I know God exists by us observing our universe. You asked me, you're asking me, did you observe God? And I say no. And I ask you, did you observe the Big Bang physically happen?
You say no.
It's literally the same thing.
False equivocation. False equivocation. False equivocation.
Oh my goodness.
The Big Bang was a natural phenomenon that happened, and we can observe the
How do you know it's a natural
consequences.
phenomenon?
We can observe the consequences
How do you know
of
it's
the
a natural
Big Bang.
phenomenon?
We don't have any
What
other
is-
reason to believe otherwise.
Well, we actually do, since we don't know how it started. You know, so that would be
Yeah,
a
you're
big.
right. We don't know how it
That would
started.
be a big piece if you were to make the statement that it was naturally created. Well, you're gonna have to know step one. How did it start? And we don't actually know step one, so you can't really make that claim.
Great. So now you and I agree on something. We don't know. Stop making assumptions about your job.
Well, the thing is, I believe logically the only explanation is something supernatural.
That's
And that
not logical.
got into what I believe that is logical, because
So I don't give a fuck what you believe. You can believe
Okay.
that 2 + 2 = 5. That doesn't make it true.
but I don't believe 2 + 2 = 5. I believe 2
I
+
said,
2 =
as an
4.
analogy, you fucking twit. Jesus.
Basically, the reason why I'm saying I believe, because I know you don't believe what I'm saying, but I'm actually using logic, right? Because
No,
my
you're not.
logic that I'm using,
making
the logic that
baseless
I'm using
assumptions.
is, if the universe is everything that is natural, or naturalistic is everything that is within our universe, then anything without our universe is something that supersedes our nature. So if the Big Bang is what created everything in our universe, then whatever started it had to supersede our nature.
How
So
do
it
you
would
know?
be supernatural.
How do
I
you
just
know?
explained it using logic.
No,
correct?
you didn't. You made a
I did.
baseless fucking. No, stop. You made a baseless goddamn assumption.
Oh my goodness, man.
You do not know what is beyond space-time. You don't know.
It's not our nature. You know
Doesn't
that?
matter. Fine. It's not a part of the natural universe. Great.
So you agree? Yes. Yes. Oh
Stop.
my goodness.
You still don't know what's beyond that.
If we know that it is not our natural,
No, you don't know.
you just said that you just agreed that we do know that our universe is what's natural, right? So anything
Fine.
that is,
But I'm not making I'm not making statements about things I don't know. I don't know what is beyond our universe, and I cannot make positive claims. I cannot make positive claims to that nature. I don't know if it's like our nature. I don't know if it's different from our nature, and neither do you.
well, I do know using logic. Like I
No,
said,
you don't. You think you know based on an assumption.
based off logic. But like I said,
Assumption.
right?
Assumption.
Like I said, right? If the universe is everything that is our nature, you agreed to this. The universe is everything that is our nature, right? Anything
that we understand. Everything that is our nature. Everything that is our nature that we understand.
Anything that is beyond our universe is separate from our nature.
How do you know?
Because it's beyond our nature. It's not connected with our nature.
Know? How do you know?
Because our universe was created by the Big Bang.
So
that means our nature was created by the Big Bang.
You show me one. Show me one scientific article.
You agreed. You literally agreed. You literally agreed.
Stop. Show me one scientific article written about what's beyond the universe.
Well, can you show me a scientific article of what is beyond our universe is a part of our nature?
I never said it was.
But the thing is, you're saying that we don't know.
We don't.
But the thing is, logically, that doesn't make sense.
No, not logically. This is you making special pleading. This is not logic.
I'm not.
This is special pleading fallacy. Straight up.
Really not.
In order to justify your goddamn bullshit in a belief in a God, you have decided that you get to make up the rules outside of the universe.
I'm not making up the rules. I'm just using logic, man.
No, you're not.
You're not thinking.
You are using special pleading. You are using special pleading, and you are making assumptions. Special pleading and assumptions. Special pleading and assumptions. You are
making a critical observation,
and I am fucking done with your dishonest ass.
Fuck you. You, hands down, have been the most aggravating person to fucking talk to. Special pleading and assumptions. nobody on the face of the fucking planet knows what's beyond the universe. So you cannot say it was natural, you cannot say it was unnatural, you cannot say it was supernatural, and you sure as fuck cannot say it was God. You want to be intellectually dishonest? Go do it someplace else. I'm not here for it. What a fucking ridiculous fucking ass argument. And to make matters worse, I know damn well that he was getting that bullshit from people like Kent Hovind and William Lane Craig. Literally half of his fucking arguments were stupid ass arguments from really bad apologists. Anyway, moving on to the next guest, which has been waiting for 40 minutes, Gray Ips.
Hello.
Shit. You know?
We're going.
Yo, what's up, man? Okay, there it is. What's up, bro? All right. Thank you for finally kicking that guy off. That was hurting my head. But
yeah, my fucking head actually hurts.
First off, we are. Yeah, I bet. You were the one that was actually talking to him. I was just listening. But first off, we are two sides of the same coin. I'm a theistic Satanist. You're atheistic Satanist.
Okay.
And
there might be a misunderstanding in the philosophy of that.
Nice to meet you, man. I'm Luciferian.
Oh, that's not Satanism.
Well, it's a section of it, but
no, Luciferianism is Luciferian is just Luciferianism. It has nothing to do with Satan. The original word Satan translates to adversary or the accuser. It has nothing to do with
as far as Hebrew.
It has nothing to do with the demigod Lucifer.
As far as Hebrew, yes, it does loosely translate to adversary.
Yeah, but Lucifer is not Satan. Lucifer is Yahweh's brother.
In ancient Sumerian text, however, it's iffy. But in ancient Sumerian text, Satan also loosely translates to truth or knowledge.
Okay. Yeah. Well, wait, I've never heard that translation before. As far as I know, the word Satan is just a Hebrew word that means adversary or the accuser. Lucifer was the morning star and the god of knowledge, I think. Satan and Lucifer,
as far as
from the context of the Bible, have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah, no, they don't. They don't at all. And that's where it comes in that knowledge is the adversary. Even coming through the Bible.
Well, I mean, that would honestly make sense.
The snake came down and gave the apple to Eve. All of that is just metaphors. I don't take none of it like to heart. I don't take none of it, literally or anything like that. Yeah.
I'm only a member of the Satanic Temple because I agree with their civil mission statement. We are non-theistic. We don't believe in any Satan. We don't worship a Satan. We just fight for civil rights against Christian authoritarianism and tyranny.
Right. And I'm completely behind that. 100% behind
you're like
that.
The first. You're probably the first. I think you are the first Luciferian I've ever actually had a conversation with. What do Luciferians believe?
Oh, that's interesting. In part, we believe in ourselves, but we also believe in the original gods or daemons of which basically is like It's Norse mythology, it's Greek mythology, it's Shintoism, it's most pagan mythologies and gods. They're all the same. Oh, and ancient Egyptian mythology. They're all the same deity, just in different interpretations throughout different cultures of the world.
Well, I mean, I guess that
Like
would kind of add
the
up.
deity that we call Satan or Lucifer, the deity, sorry to interrupt, but the deity that we call Lucifer or Satan, because they are interchangeable, is the same deity as Set in ancient Egypt, or is the same deity as Enki in ancient Sumerian texts. And then Christianity, and actually even more so Hebrew, was a way to control populations by keeping the knowledge of the ancient gods to a certain few, such as the Pope, such as higher ups in the church. I don't know if you can still hear me. I'm
Yeah, I can
froze
tell
for some
you.
reason. I don't know why.
No,
Okay, cool,
yeah,
cool. I'm just
I can
froze,
hear
so I'm
you.
just like, all right. My Wi-Fi is probably bad. Let me see if like clearing out some cache and everything. But
No, I lost you. You went silent. I can't hear you. Oh, we lost him. Damn it.
no, I'm still here.
Son of a bitch. I hate it when we lose people for bad connection. It's terrible. Let's move on to 11 minutes.
Hey, Joe.
All right, bear with me. All right, I just had a few questions. So, this is just a general question. Do you believe that the Big Bang was the beginning of time?
As far as science understands it, yes.
Okay. So then how could something outside of time then create time? Like how could the Big Bang have started
I
time?
have no idea, and that's the point. The thing about science is that it doesn't make assumptions about things it doesn't know anything about. We can hypothesize, but we're not going to call that a fact. We're not going to say for certain that we know something when we don't know it.
So
My
if
old
we're not
man,
sorry.
my old man had a saying when I was a kid. It is better to be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. Scientists know that space-time, which is the fabric of the universe, came into existence at the moment of the Big Bang. We do not know what was beyond that, and we do not know what caused it.
And now I'm not going to say that this is 100% true, because religion in itself is an ideology that anyone can have their own beliefs in. But does that then open the possibility? And keep in mind, this is a possibility that there could be a God.
Is there a possibility that there could be a God? Sure.
Okay.
Do we have evidence? Do we have evidence for that claim? No, we do not.
But do we have evidence to prove that all forms of the Big Bang are true? There's like no fallacies with it. There are fallacies with it, however.
What do you mean?
The horizon fallacy, have you heard of that?
No, I have not.
I don't know the exact details. I mean, you can find it like on the internet or something like that, but I know it's something. Just go and look it up. I've heard of it. I don't know exactly what it states, but the horizon fallacy.
The myth of time diversification.
I mean, I've read up on it, but the articles that I've read have been like too sophisticated for me. I'm not gonna lie, but I know that there are some problems with like nearly anything that we have in life, and that's not to say that there isn't any flaws with the belief in God. But I just believe that there is a possibility, and I try and thrive off of that possibility as much as I can. And whether or
Why?
not why? Because I find that it's better to believe in an afterlife and something that could benefit me than it is to just not believe in anything. I personally believe that
Yeah.
that there's nothing and there's no purpose to life right now is it just doesn't sound right. I
So
find
you're a nihilist. So wait. The only way you think you can have purpose in life is if a narcissistic, very brutal, angry, jealous, shit fucking character of a god actually exists. That's how you think life has purpose.
I don't believe based off of what you're telling me now that that is what God is like.
But that's what God is like. I didn't make up that description. His own holy book made up that description.
Where in the book? Do you have any verses that
Isaiah 45:7. I create I create light and darkness. I create peace and evil. I am the Lord, I do these things. Deuteronomy 22:28-29. If a man is to rape a woman, he shall pay her father 50 pieces of silver, marry her, and never divorce her. Exodus 21. Here are the laws I set before you. If you are to buy a Hebrew slave, they are to go free after 7 years. Ephesians, if you are to buy a slave from the tribes amongst you, they are to never go free. The murdering of the Amalekites, the murdering of the Midianites, where God commanded Moses to tell the Israelites to kill off every man, woman, and young boy and keep the little girls who have not known a man for themselves. By God's own admission in the Old Testament, he is angry and jealous. The first 3 of the 10 commandments are about kissing God's ass. This is narcissism. This is an abusive relationship. Love me or I will punish you.
and
The arbitrary bullshit around sex, the arbitrary bullshit around fucking literally everything that is involved in modern Christianity.
the only verse that I can truly provide with full evidence as to what God is like is John 3:16. And I know you've heard that verse.
And that's what God gave his only begotten son. God's only answer to sin in the world that he created is blood sacrifice.
God did not create sin.
Yes, he did.
No, he did not.
It's his system. He created the system. He gets to choose what's in and not in this system.
God created
If
Satan.
God didn't want there to be sin, there wouldn't be sin.
God gave us free will.
No. That's an obfuscation of responsibility on his part. He created the fucking system. If sin is a part of that, he created it.
Okay.
Unless you're telling me that humans are more powerful than God and we can just make shit up without him.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's kind of what direction you're leaning in.
I'm saying that, okay, you're right on the God created sin part. However, that doesn't mean that God forced us to sin.
He made it a part of our nature.
He didn't force us to sin in each actual action.
He
gave us free will.
According to your God, I am responsible for the sins of my fathers before me. Original sin. I didn't choose that. This is not a moral teaching. This is gross. This idea that humans are born broken, irredeemable without God, that he requires worship, for starters, just by itself, is not moral.
I feel like right now you're trying to put God on a mortal level.
I don't know. I'm not.
And
I
then
am
how
literally coming at this from the concept of a creator.
you are coming at it from the
Using,
concept of a creator
using
doing,
my limited imagination, I could create a system that was more equitable and fair than your God supposedly did.
but how is it unfair?
All sin is equal, which means
Okay,
murder is the same as homosexual love.
okay, now let me offer you this. You literally can repent your sins. You are
First
get
off,
rid of your
again,
sins.
I'm not going to kiss the man's ass who invented the thing in the first place.
So if we're stuck in the situation right now, why would
What
you not?
situation are we? What situation are we stuck in?
So if we're stuck in the situation where sin has been imposed upon us, you would rather
Yep.
choose to not have anything to do, and you'd rather choose to just not respect anything that was created, and you would then just decide, okay, it's over, I don't care, and just
Well,
continue.
the bonus of being an atheist is that I don't believe people are sinful. I believe people make mistakes. And when somebody makes a mistake, they should do their best to rectify that mistake. So, like if you hurt somebody's feelings or if you betray somebody, you should apologize and try to
But
do what you can to earn back their trust. That's being human.
where do those morals come from?
Evolution, social evolution.
Okay, so then how does evolution explain the beginning of life?
I said social evolution, not biological evolution.
So if social evolution creates a feeling in our own bodies, then how did we as humans evolve into that? If we began as something less
Do you want to be punched in the face?
what?
Do you want to be punched in the face? Does that
That's
sound like an attractive thing? Being punched in the face. Do you want to be punched in the face?
no, but that doesn't mean
No.
that it's
Stop. Neither do I. I don't want to be punched in the face either.
because
So we each have our own subjective standard. You don't want to be punched in the face. I don't want to be punched in the face. If we want to live together in a cooperative society, we have to look at each other and say, you know what? We should probably just not punch each other in the face. Pretty simple. That's social evolution. It's just that simple. There's nothing complicated about it.
So can you explain social evolution to me if it explains every single moral that we have today?
It doesn't. Because morality changes based on culture and over time. What was moral 1,000 years ago isn't moral today.
So then going back,
current society looks back in time at slavery and we say that was fucking wrong. But if you go back in time and you ask those people if they thought slavery was wrong, they would disagree.
so if social like evolution created morality in us, then how could the statements that you made about the Old Testament be true? Because if you're stating that God created those problems in the Old Testament, then
I don't believe in the Old Testament. You do.
So, okay, so then let's put it into perspective.
I'm using your Old Testament against you. I'm sorry that sucks. Most Christians don't bother to read the goddamn Bible. I didn't make that rule. I can't personally understand it. I can't understand why somebody would make a claim about something they believe having done none of the fucking homework. It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, nearly all atheists today were Christians at one point, and we became unconvinced, mostly due to a lack of evidence supporting the claims made by any given religion. But largely, and if you go through like the Mormon deconstruction or the Jehovah's Witnesses deconstruction or Catholic deconstruction stories, you will find that people left religion because it's fucking abusive. In the last census in the United States taken, in the past 10 years, church attendance has dropped more than 20%, or sorry, 40%. And in the next 10 years, these census takers estimate that that's going to double. And the reason why is because not only does religion not have any evidence for the claims that they make, but they also are abusive. They are mean. They are bigoted. They are hateful. Religion, by definition, is tribalistic.
So how can right now you explain how your religion is not hateful?
My religion is non-theistic. I don't worship anything. My religion is just a non-theistic, non-profit organization made up of atheists that fight for civil rights. Women's rights to bodily autonomy. We fight to stop people from thinking that corporal punishment on children is appropriate. We fight with Black Lives Matter because systemic racism is a problem that we need to address. We are a civil rights organization that happens to have a non-theistic, we are registered as a non-theistic religion. Here, really quick.
Go ahead.
I'm going to read to you a list of things, and I want you to tell me what you think. I'm going to make a few statements, and after each statement, I'm going to ask you what you think about that statement. Ready?
Go ahead.
One should strive to act with compassion and empathy towards all creatures in accordance with reason.
I think without reason.
Huh?
I think either way, without reason, you should still act with compassion.
Yeah, without reason, it doesn't work. You have to be able to reasonably articulate what you're doing and
So
why you're doing it.
That I can't create love out of nothing. That everything in this world will boil down to needing reason.
Yeah. The lack of reason is the opposite of understanding, which is ignorance.
So when I am filled with hatred.
Here, fine. I'll make it easier for you. Should people strive to act with compassion and empathy towards all creatures?
Yes.
Okay. The struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions.
The struggle for justice?
Yes.
I don't think there should be any struggle for justice at this point.
But there is. Because justice isn't something that's just black and white. Life contains nuance, which is why when we discuss things like murder, we discuss degrees of murder. A crime of passion is different from a premeditated murder. Self-defense is different from a crime of passion and a crime of premeditated murder. That's why we label murder in degrees, first, second, third degree. Because there's nuance to every given situation. Nothing is just as simple as black and white. So, yeah, justice is a struggle.
But I can't say anything else about that because what I believe is not what you believe.
So you don't think that
I don't think that justice
think that justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions?
I don't believe that, but I know in the end, I personally believe, I know that in the end, there is justice, that there is some sort of form of justice that each person will get.
So you're going to sit in heaven for all of eternity, understanding that there are people in hell, and you're just going to be okay with that.
Because they did not repent. They did not take the chance.
So eternal punishment for a finite crime, and you're okay with that. You think that's justice?
I think so.
You are a very, very gross person.
Not in the real world, but in the heavens. And
I don't give a shit what world that happens in. Eternal punishment for a finite crime is fucking disgusting. Are you a dictator?
No, but that doesn't
do you believe in authoritarianism? Totalitarianism?
I believe
because that's what that is.
I believe that each person should be given each possible chance to get justice. But when it is out of my control, there is nothing that I can do.
That's a huge obfuscation. Number 3, one's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. Should people be forcing their will upon you?
In a religious sense, in
I don't
terms
give
of
a fuck if it's a religious sense, a social sense. Should people be forcing their will upon you?
yes and no.
No, absolutely not. Ever, ever, ever. Never.
That's
It
what
is
you believe.
never okay to force your will upon another person.
So even when
Period.
people murder somebody, so if
What?
somebody murders somebody and they need to be put in jail, it is never okay to put your will upon them, like the judge. It's never okay
That's
for
not
them.
your will. That's a collective. That's a societal collective that was decided by everybody. It's a social contract you sign at birth. That you are not going to take away somebody else's life.
But I wasn't forced to sign that. Well, I
Yeah,
was
you
forced.
are. As soon as you were born, that was part of the contract. And if you can't follow the contract, there are consequences.
Exactly what happens with religion.
No, not the same. A murderer can go to prison and be rehabilitated, become out of prison a better person, having learned lessons. Your celestial God does not make that concession.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't let people out of hell after they've served enough time. Hell is eternal.
God
That's why I
also
said infinite punishment for finite crime.
a finite crime that had an actual way to get out of it.
Doesn't matter.
But you still had the choice.
Doesn't matter. Nobody deserves infinite punishment.
So if you were to like do the worst possible thing in the world, I have no clue what that would be. It could be anything of your choice. Imagine the worst possible thing. You believe that you should still be able to get out of that. You believe that people should not have
No,
death.
I believe that you should suffer a consequence for it. And then when that consequence is over with and you've learned your lesson and you've become a better person, you move on.
So then what about life sentences?
Yeah, well, we suck in our justice system anyway. The justice system in the United States is absolute fucking garbage.
So you're moving the blame to the justice system instead of your own beliefs.
What?
So your belief believes that there shouldn't be any infinite punishment. And if a life sentence for the eternity of your life, how is that not basically an infinite punishment?
I don't necessarily agree with life sentences. So what?
What do you not agree with them?
I think that ending somebody's life because they made a mistake is not appropriate.
But that's
you're not rehabilitating that person. You're not educating that person. What you are doing is you are getting revenge on that person for the wrong that they did.
Is that not what justice is supposed to be?
That's not justice. That's not just. No, we're not supposed to be basing our justice system on the concept of revenge. The point of prison is supposed to be rehabilitative. If you send a violent criminal if you send a violent criminal to prison, the purpose should be to rehabilitate them so that they can become a better person, not condemn them for their entire fucking life, or in your case, all of eternity. Anyway, freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own.
I believe there are some limitations that should be put on freedoms.
Well, obviously, but that comes down to responsibility.
So in that sense, what does this prove? That each person should have their own.
I'm not asking you. I'm not saying that it proves anything. I'm asking you whether or not you agree with the statement.
Well, I'm in the middle ground of this statement. It's not black.
So freedom shouldn't be respected.
They should be, but there should be limitations put on them.
I didn't say anything about limitation. You're adding shit to these statements that have nothing to do with these statements.
But these statements are open-ended.
No, they're not. It's pretty obvious. Freedom should be respected, including the freedom to offend.
To willfully and unjustly encroach upon another person's freedom is to forego your own freedoms.
But you do so in a manner that protects people.
That is nothing. Why are you adding more to this? These are very simple concepts. They don't require an addition to more things. It's like you're actively, intentionally trying to disagree with me out of like spite or something.
I'm not trying to do that.
But you're not taking these statements as they are. You're adding more or describing more or subtracting something from them. You're not taking them as they are.
So then
I'm going to repeat this one more time. Freedoms of others should be respected. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, including the freedom to offend. That should be respected.
No.
Why?
I'm not going to add on anymore because you're going to get mad at me.
No, I'm asking you directly why you think we don't have the freedom to offend each other.
Why don't I think so? Because it's out of my reach. One, it's not something that I should be allowed to do. It's something that
you shouldn't be allowed to offend other people.
No, you shouldn't.
Why?
But that's the world we live in. Because why? Because it's a basic thing. It's something that you just shouldn't do.
Why?
Because of my
a racist finds people of color offensive. Why the fuck shouldn't I be against that?
If they find it offensive, okay, but like if it's a racist person, you have to understand that they themselves are offending those that are of different color.
Right. And they have the freedom to fucking do that, don't they?
No. Because it's
they don't have the freedom to be racist.
But it's something black people can't choose to be black.
Right. I never said that it was morally correct. I said the freedom to do so.
But you're saying that the idea that the racist thinks that the black person is being black is offensive. You're thinking that if
they have the right to do that, don't they?
No, they don't have the right to. They don't have the right to say that that's offensive because it's not something that black people can control.
Doesn't matter.
Being racist,
they still have the right to be. They still have the right to be offended. I still have the right to be offended that they're offended in the fucking first place. Offended is arbitrary. It doesn't matter if you are offended by something. If you're offended by something, your responsibility as a goddamn adult is to process that like a fucking adult. If we go through this life walking on eggshells, trying desperately not to offend other people, then we might as well, all of us, just stay in our fucking apartments, not tell jokes, not tell stories, not write music, not make art, because somebody's going to be offended by it.
I'm going to be 100% honest with you here. Are you saying that we shouldn't have the right to be offended? Or is that what you think I'm saying?
I'm saying that we have the freedom to offend.
I don't think that should be a freedom.
Why?
Because it's outright wrong.
Why? Why is my being offensive wrong?
Because it's morally incorrect.
Who said so?
For you, it would be the social construct or the social morality.
It's not a part of the social construct as I understand it. I think people being offended is something that is their problem. It's kind of like being jealous. I can be jealous, but I'm an adult. So I have to process that on my own. I don't get to blame other people for my being jealous. I don't get to take out my anger or frustration of my jealousy on other people. I have to be an adult and process it like an adult, which is the same thing for being offended. If I'm offended by something, I need to process that like a fucking adult. Again, if you want to live in a world where you're not offending anybody, then we need to live a static existence where we don't interact ever.
The belief that it's a freedom does not mean that it won't happen.
It's a freedom. Otherwise, you take away comedy, storytelling, movies, video games, books. You need to have the freedom to offend others. Otherwise, you live a static existence.
And I believe that offending others is morally incorrect.
Well, then what the fuck are you doing in my life? Because I find your religion to be the most offensive thing on the face of the planet. And I'm not even remotely joking. I'm not being allegorical. I'm not being sarcastic. I quite literally think that religion is the most offensive thing on the planet. It desperately tries to dictate the lives of other people. You can't be gay. Women can't have control over their own bodies. The religion in the United States disregards education, argues against science, proven science. In the history of your religion, there's been 2 inquisitions where people were butchered for thought crimes. There's been a crusade.
Am I to be blamed for that?
I didn't say you were. I said your religion.
So then why are you bringing it up?
When the fuck did I attack you?
No, but why are you
never said anything about you. I said your religion.
So then why are you bringing it up?
I'm not offended by your existence as a person, as an entity. I'm offended by your religion. Your religion is offensive. It damns me for being me.
So
for being true to myself.
You're giving religion power over your life.
No, you are. I don't get it's not having any impact on me.
I am offending you.
Huh?
So I am offending you is what you're saying.
Yes. No, your religion is offending me.
So religion has more power over your life than you actually have power over your life.
No. Just because I'm offended doesn't mean I'm not a fucking adult. Here is my answer to the offense that religion offers. I am hosting this live to have this conversation. I rally against your religion as often as I possibly can in every possible form. That is how I deal with my being offended by it. I'm an adult. I process the offense that I experience like an adult.
By getting mad at kids?
Mad at kids? What kids?
Dude,
I haven't argued.
I do not want children on my live. If you are under the age of 18, get the fuck out. That simple. I do not subscribe to any underage minors on my channel at all, ever. So if you are in my guest requests and you are a minor, go away. I don't want anything to do with children. Nope. Not interested. All right, we are going to go to Live for and waiting for.
What's up, bud?
How's it going, man?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Oh, that's a loaded fucking question. I'm on dialysis, so I actually feel like shit, and I would have normally been to work today, but I can't fucking do it.
Got you.
And then, you know, people with ridiculous circular arguments want to send my blood pressure into the fucking ceiling.
Well, I was gonna say, I noticed you kind of got pretty upset with that guy, and I understand these debates get pretty heated. I'm definitely not trying to debate you, man. I really am much more interested in a conversation. I will say
I
one thing.
genuinely hope that's true.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, I'll just say this. You said earlier that, a finite crime shouldn't be punished with an infinite punishment, right?
Correct.
I would say this, man. I think it's more about the one whom we're offending. I think because God is infinitely good, again, according to scripture, and, obviously by my name, I'm a believer. I
Mm-hmm.
think that's the whole issue, right? It's because of the one who we're offending is infinitely good, and therefore that what seems like a finite crime to maybe you or me isn't.
Is
It's
slavery
because
infinitely good?
no, I guess
No,
not.
it isn't. Slavery's bad. Owning other people as property, pretty fucking immoral.
Sure.
And yet, the Christian God in the Bible condones slavery multiple times.
I hear that a lot, and I think more of the context, at least in my own, like you said, you had limited understanding. I definitely have limited understanding myself. I can't answer every question perfectly for sure, but my understanding on that, man, I'm sure you've heard the arguments of, that's how things were done at that time, like people
It's
selling
really
themselves.
yeah. And my
to
response
servitude.
to that is God can tell you not to wear clothing of mixed fabrics. He can tell you not to commit adultery, but he doesn't have the time or the wherewithal to tell you not to own people as property.
Well, I think he was working within the context of what was going on by man's own design, right?
So why hasn't there
He.
been a new Bible written that aligns with today's moral precepts?
What do you mean?
Well, the God of the Bible has his own moral subset based on the culture at the time. Why hasn't he come down and rewritten the Bible to modernize, to keep up with our current moral standards?
Well, would you obey it if he did?
Not based on his behavior thus far.
Right.
If there was an all-knowing God, that God would know what it would take to convince me that he exists.
Sure.
I would still, if he did prove it to me, I would still have the choice whether or not to worship that God. That said, worship in and of itself is not a moral action. It is an immoral action. Requiring worship is not moral behavior.
What if the one you're worshiping is actually the whole reason we're here, the whole point? What if
Still
that's
doesn't
actually
matter.
a gift? How do you figure it's immoral?
For starters, we don't know that a God created anything. Aside from that, the God of the Bible, in regards to worship, is narcissistic. That's what worship is, especially in the context of the Christian God, who is not only narcissistic, but very abusive. His relationship style is is identical to what you see in abusive relationships between people in society.
Right.
You are broken. Without me, you can't do anything. I am your everything. This is abusive relationship stuff. This is not moral. It's just
so let me just ask you, do you have kids?
no.
Okay, so I don't know if you can relate.
Well,
then
technically, yes, I have children, but no, they do not live with me, and no, I did not raise them.
But you love them, right? You love them.
No.
No, you don't love your kids?
No. I don't know them.
Okay, that's fair. Well, I'm just gonna use myself. I have 3 kids of my own. Whenever and I'm going through this right now, man. And again, I'm really not gonna argue with you. I really just want to talk. I'm being real with you. My 15-year-old right now, I'm struggling with him as far as just obeying what I say, and it's hard. And as a believer, sometimes I'll be getting on to him and saying things to him that I'm like, I just want what's best for you. I know you think that I'm just saying these things to keep you down and keep you from what you really want to do and all this stuff. But really, I just want to show you what's best because I've been there and I've done it and I know more than you know. And while I'm telling him this, I almost hear God saying, that's what I'm saying to you. That's what he's saying to me, you know? And
So
so,
here's a question.
yeah,
Would you set up a system for your child that they could not achieve?
no,
No. Would you set up a punishment they could not escape from? That they could not learn from and be better from?
no.
No. Which makes you a better dad and a better father than God.
I know where you're going.
Because God has set a standard that human beings cannot achieve.
I get that.
Yeah.
But he also,
And God has set a standard or set a punishment that we cannot escape.
but he
Nothing
also,
we do.
well, he created the way of escape, though, right? Through Christ.
Well,
That's the
no.
issue.
What my point is, your kid does something wrong. You ground your child to their bedroom for a period of time. And when that period of time is up, you go and you have a discussion with them about their behavior. And they learn from it. They don't repeat the mistake a second time. Your God doesn't give us that same courtesy. It's not about learning to be better. That's not the Christian God's position. He doesn't give a fuck if you learn to be better. His position is good works are not enough. You need to kiss my ass and love me to go to heaven.
Well, I wouldn't phrase it like that, but I
But
agree.
that's exactly how Jesus phrased it in the Bible. Good works are not enough. Only through the gates of heaven is but through me.
Right. And what
And
if
even
he
in the
is that?
Ten Commandments, kissing God's ass is the first three. These
But
are
why
not
do you look
moral
at it like
positions.
that?
Because that's what
But,
it is.
but what if, again, what if that really is the best way? What if he's telling you this is the best way and you're just like, I don't want that way? Again, like a
Fine.
rebellious
I don't
teenager.
want, that's, I'm going to make that decision for myself.
I
I do
agree.
not want to be a sycophant to a bad idea.
But what if it's not a bad idea?
But it is. It is clearly a bad idea. It is very obviously a bad idea. Look, I'll give you an example. When I was born in 1982, a cell phone was the size of a car battery. Big, bulky, heavy thing.
Mm-hmm.
I turned 40 later this year. My cell phone is the size of my pocket and it carries with it the world's information at my fingertips. That's the advancement that science made in 40 years.
Sure.
Christianity, New Testament Christianity, has been around for 2,500 years.
Sure.
Name one thing it's ever done that helped humanity.
Oh, a lot of things, man. As
No.
you know, sure. Christians started hospitals. They started schools. They started orphanages. Sure. They sure did.
So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Hey,
There's a lot of good things.
So Christians started for-profit hospitals that will throw people out on their ass if they don't have the right insurance.
Well, I don't think that was the original development.
Well, it doesn't matter what the original intention was.
Sure,
That's what it turned into. And mind you, Christians aren't the only ones to have started hospitals.
Okay. Well, I'm just answering your
One
question.
of my favorite one of my favorite podcasts is called The Scathing Atheist.
Mm-hmm.
The Scathing Atheist is made up of Noah Lugeons, Eli Bosnick, and I can't remember the other guy's name off the top of my head. Okay. They do a vulgarity for charity starting November, I think is when they started up. This year, they raised over $400,000 in the name of secular charity. So doing good things is not inherently a Christian trait.
Sure.
So then if we don't need it, then we don't need it.
Well, I wouldn't say you don't need it.
And I don't think that the little bit, the tiny, minute amount of charity that religion actually does makes up for the sexual assault that they hide under their rug every chance they get.
Every single Christian organization in the United States has policies that try to keep those sexual assault allegations in-house. And they try hard to keep it away from prosecution. That includes the Catholics, the Baptists, the Methodists, all of them. It doesn't make up for the purity culture and slut shaming. It doesn't make up for the ignorance they inspire through things like abstinence-only sex education, which causes a huge problem. It doesn't make up for them trying to strip rights away from women in their bodily autonomy and their right to a healthy abortion. It doesn't make up for all the evil shit they have done. Inquisitions, crusades, dark ages, Salem witch trials, the Bible being used to justify owning slaves, the Bible being used to justify Jim Crow laws, the Bible being used to justify preventing women from the right to vote and own property. Every time Christianity is in charge of anything, they fuck it up.
So I guess I would just have to say, man, if I could answer, and it would answer every one of your questions, and it would be perfectly answered to your liking, what would it take for you to worship God?
Nothing. There is no way in hell I would ever worship anything ever.
And you said evil, right? You mentioned evil. What to you is evil?
Well, personally, I don't think evil actually exists. When I use the word evil, I'm using it colloquially, metaphorically. Okay. I don't believe that ultimate good or ultimate evil are a real thing.
Why? And I'm not
somewhere in the galaxy, somewhere in the universe right now. Fuck, even in our own galaxy, some star just exploded, spilling all of its guts into outer space. Is that a moral or immoral action?
I don't think it's either.
Yeah, exactly. It's not either. There is no intrinsic evil or intrinsic good in nature. Doesn't exist. When a lion captures an antelope, they eat that fucker alive. It's evil for the antelope, but it's not evil for the lion.
So it's fair
morality,
to say that
morality is subjective.
Hitler, Stalin, all of them, we can't say they were evil men then, right?
We can say that their behavior was wrong. I don't know that I would call it intrinsically evil. Well, they thought they were doing the right thing.
Sure. And I think everybody does, right? Which is ironic because, again, I'm always going to try to point back to Scripture because that's my go-to, right? Obviously, live for Christ. But it says there's a way that seems right to man, and its end is death. And I think, honestly, man, the whole point of Scripture and of leaning on God, you can say that God is narcissistic. I get it. I understand that outlook. But where else is God going to look? It's like somebody coming up to Michelangelo after he's painted the Sistine Chapel and they drew a stick figure of something and say, hey, look what I just drew. You know, why? Why am I going to look at what you did whenever, look at what I've done? Look at who I am versus who you are, right? If God is really God, is my point, and that's a terrible maybe example, so forgive me. But if God really is who he says that he is, nothing else matters than conforming your life to his truth. Because ultimately, what other hope do we have?
My moral standard is my moral standard, and I will not cross that fucking line. Not even for a God. And if God is willing to damn me for that position, then he's not a God I would worship anyway.
But what if he's given you that opportunity, Ethan, even through something as simple and as silly as an app like this, where you and I never would have had the chance to talk, and yet here we are? What if right now this is God calling out to you to come to him? Because
but it's not
look, I'll tell you, let me tell you who I am, man. I'm a nobody. It's
not convincing. If there is an all-powerful, all-knowing God, he knows what it would take to convince me. But he is not doing it.
But what does he owe you?
He owes me an explanation.
He doesn't owe you anything.
He does. Yes, he does.
God, he doesn't.
No, he does. I'm sorry. He does. He absolutely owes an explanation. He owes an explanation for bone cancer in children. He owes an explanation for why his
people continuously fuck society up.
Well, just because somebody does something in his name, that doesn't mean that's God's the one that did that. And you quoted Isaiah.
Is abortion appropriate? Should women have the right to have abortions?
Should they have the right? I
Yeah.
don't believe so.
Why?
Well, let me say this. Is there a time possibly to do it? Like, for example, everybody likes to go to if the mother's life is in danger. Maybe. That would have to be something that they would decide. But ultimately, no, I don't want to see anybody die. You know,
Well,
I want everybody to have life.
Then you're not following your scripture.
How so?
The Bible says that life begins at first breath, and God has a prescription for abortion in the Bible.
You're talking about the toxic drink or whatever?
Yeah. But either way, God defines life beginning at first breath in the Bible.
Have to look at that.
And here's the reason why I call religion ignorance. Christians will sit there and it's just so asinine to me. It doesn't make any fucking sense. The same organizations right now that are fighting against abortion are the ones that fought for it back in the 1970s. The Catholics, the Baptists, the Lutherans, the big religious organizations fully supported the right to abortion, and they fully supported Roe v. Wade back in the 70s. Now, these same organizations have flip-flopped, changed their fucking mind. But what they don't do is consider the consequences to their behavior. If you take away abortion, let's say tomorrow, Roe v. Wade is done. It is illegal throughout the U.S. to get abortions.
Mm-hmm.
The consequences that will ensue within the first 2 years, you will see a massive uptick in suicides amongst women. You will see a massive uptick in infant mortality rates. You will see a massive uptick in women dying in pregnancy and childbirth. You will see a massive uptick in poverty. You will see a massive uptick in domestic abuse. That consequence is so far reaching, Christians never consider it. The damage that you will do to society by simply making abortion illegal is going to be unfucking believable. This is one of many reasons I rally against Christianity, because it is anti-education. It is anti-understanding nature. It is anti-making up viable systems of understanding reason, understanding consequence. They have a black and white, narrow view of yes, no, good, evil, and that's it. No nuance. No understanding of consequence as it pertains to our existence on this earth.
I hear that a lot, man. I simply disagree with that. Christians, it's not like Christians think this life just is meaningless or pointless. I think the whole goal, again, going back to scripture, like Paul, for example, he's talking about, in the New Testament, whenever he's literally in prison, but he's trying to still encourage the believers. Even while he's suffering, right? And we see that. And point being is, it's not that this life is just throw it away, doesn't matter because we're just living for eternity. Yes, we're living for eternity, but this life matters as well. And to say that,
apparently not. Apparently it doesn't, because Christians do everything in their effort to make this life harder than it has to be.
Like
by literally trying to dictate the behavior of everybody.
What if it wasn't so much trying to dictate everyone's behavior as much as it is trying to just obey God?
Because you don't understand what your God even wants. First century Christians didn't believe in that fornication was bad. First century Christians didn't believe in a hell. That shit didn't come out until the 5th century when Paradise Lost and Dante's Inferno were written. Sexual purity culture didn't start in the United States until the late 1800s when Dr. Kellogg, the fucking insane person he was, invented cornflakes to stop people from masturbating.
How do you get
How
that
is it?
about...
How is it that Christians are wrong so often about simple things? We know for a fact that masturbation and sex are healthy. They release endorphins, relieve stress. It's good exercise. And when done correctly and done from the perspective of an adult with the consideration of consequence, sex and masturbation are healthy. Yet Christianity would rally against it as if it's a sin, as if it's evil.
Well, again, we're going back to scripture, right? And so again, they're just trying to obey God and his word.
No, but they're not. But they're not. They have a preconceived bias where they get to make up their own fucking rules.
Well, isn't it fair to say that so do you?
No.
You have a preconceived idea of who God is.
No, I don't.
That he's evil.
I read
Yeah,
I
sure you
read
do.
the Bible. I literally read the Bible.
Right.
And the
right. And I
character
heard you.
described to me is not a moral character.
How so? I don't understand how you come
He
to that
condones
conclusion.
rape. He condones slavery. He indiscriminately murders children. He wipes out entire tribes of people. That's not moral.
Well, okay, so let me give you an example, because a lot of people do this, and I talk with a lot of people, just like I'm sure you do, right? Christian wise, and you talk with Christians, I talk with atheists, right? And a lot of people go to that. I'll give you an example of the Amalekites, right? God commanded, who was it? King Saul, I believe. I could be wrong, so forgive me. But I think it was King Saul to wipe everybody out, wipe them all out. And he didn't. He showed mercy, right, to certain ones. Certain ones got away. If you fast forward, what ended up happening in that story is because he disobeyed and those certain Amalekites escaped, they ended up coming back and burning down the village and also taking people captives. So what if we just actually just trusted who God is and that he understands more than we do? If he is real, then what if we just trust him? That he
Because
knows?
blind faith is a bad idea.
What is it? What'd you say?
Nazi soldiers had blind faith.
But it's not blind. I don't think
It
that's
is.
blind faith.
That is that just doing what you're told because you're told to do it is blind.
No, not
Never
because
questioning
you're
it,
told.
never questioning that authority. Here's a better question. If God was unhappy with the way the Amalekites were behaving, why didn't God go to the Amalekites and correct their behavior? Why did he have to wipe them the fuck out? Why did he have to wipe them the fuck out?
He tried to. You see, this is what
No, he
happens a lot of
didn't.
times.
No, he didn't. He's all knowing
Sure
and
he
all
did.
powerful. He's all knowing and all powerful. You telling me that there is no other option other than just genocide?
How should he have done it? How should he have done it?
I don't
Sent a
know.
prophet?
I wasn't
Maybe
there
sent
at the
somebody
time.
to tell them? Maybe sent plagues or things like he
Maybe
did?
go down there
He did
himself.
He did, and they killed him.
No, he didn't.
Sure he did, in the form of
No, he
Jesus
didn't.
Christ. And people
No, he
killed him.
no. The Amalekites. Oh my fucking God.
It's true,
That's
man.
an Old Testament story.
No. You said, why didn't God go down there himself? Now, yes, to the Amalekites, sure. But he eventually did go down there himself.
I don't give a
and
fuck what he
died.
eventually did. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm
Then
asking you
don't want the
directly.
truth.
Why didn't God find a different and alternative way for dealing with the Amalekites other than genociding them?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not.
Exactly.
However, I will say
It's a
that he
contradiction.
did.
It's a contradiction. It is a contradiction.
How?
If God is all knowing and all powerful, then God could have done something else other than genocide. But fine. Let's go to the Midianites. Why did God command them to take the virgin women for themselves?
Before we go there, let me just say this, okay? And this is an unpopular thing, and I know that, I'm sure I haven't been reading the comments. I'm sure they're coming against me because of who I am, because I'm for Christ. But I'll say this, man. God has laid out a plan. He doesn't owe you or me anything. In fact,
so then you don't have free will.
Hold on. If he gave us what we deserved, we would all be in hell because every one of us has broken his law. And because he alone is good, he's the only good guy in the story. And you
don't see how disgusting that is.
Not at all, because it's real.
I do.
Because I know me.
I think that's 100% disgusting.
Well, that's fine, but I don't. I think that the disgusting thing is to turn away
religion from has no place in politics, and it has no place in writing laws.
Okay, but we're not talking about that right now.
Well, that's part of it.
Well, that is part of it. That's fair. But right now, what I'm just want to make it very clear that man, you don't have to look very hard to see that man is evil. You don't have to teach a kid. Yes,
no, it's not. No, it's not.
You don't have to. Can I say this? You don't have
We're
to
not
teach
evil.
a kid
I'm sorry.
how to lie.
I'm not going to let that slide.
I'm not going to let that slide on my platform. Humanity is
Fair.
not fucking evil.
I
Period.
disagree.
I don't
I mean,
care.
I disagree.
Good. You want to
I
live
mean,
in that nihilistic fucking worldview, you be my guest.
I'm not
But I
trying to
have
make you
hope
mad.
for I have hope for humanity based
So
on
do
its
I.
based on its continued reliability to learn and be better.
Okay.
The brutal tribes that we were 10,000 years ago is not who we are today. Our morality shifted. It changed over time. We are steadily becoming better. The one thing that keeps holding us back from that is religion. The one thing that keeps pushing a division, a tribalism, is religion.
Can I ask you a question, Ethan? You said that you're dealing with what, dialysis?
Yes.
Is it possible, and I say this as gently as I possibly can, is it possible that you're mad at God because of the situation that you have?
No, I was an atheist before I got sick.
Okay. Now, can I ask you what led you to that? I know you said reading the Bible, but literally,
I read the
in
Bible.
your opinion,
That's literally what led me to being an atheist. I read the Bible and called bullshit.
so it just didn't make sense to you, or?
I'm morally opposed to it, and it didn't make sense.
So did you read the part where it says, trust in the Lord and lean not on your own understanding?
Yes, I did. And it's bullshit.
Why?
Because I'm stuck living a life trusting my own understanding. I don't have a choice.
But you do.
No, I don't.
Why I say that is because I don't understand everything. And I'm pretty sure you'll agree with you don't understand everything, right? Fair?
No, I don't.
But you understand a lot. And I feel like I understand to a point a little bit, right? So, yes, we have to trust in our own understanding to a point. But we also...
In absolutely everything we do, we have to rely on our own understanding. If it was left up to your Bible and his shitty ass fucking God, we wouldn't understand germ theory. We wouldn't understand medicine. We wouldn't understand reality or how nature works. We wouldn't understand literally anything. If the entirety of humanity just listened to your Bible and that was it, and we didn't work from our own understanding of things, we would have achieved absolutely nothing in the past 2,000 years.
So, do you think that the Bible and science are supposed to be opposed to each other?
They are just incompatible by nature.
I disagree.
The Bible makes claims that it cannot support through evidence, and science requires evidence.
So, what do you do with the archaeological finds that they'll have? For example, the piece of David's wall that they've found, I guess, within the last 100 years. And there's a bunch of others I'm sure you've heard about.
And they're all largely debunked from the perspective of a God claim. They're parts of history. They are parts of history. They tell stories, but largely we can disprove most of the stories in the Bible. Evolution disproves Adam and Eve. So does common sense. Common sense, literal, just common sense, disproves Adam and Eve. There's Adam and Eve. They have three boys? Cain, Abel, and I think Samuel. I don't remember. I don't remember the third boy's name. Either way.
Yeah,
who the fuck did they have kids with?
I don't know. I've wondered those things too, man. I have no idea.
Point exactly. Common sense aside.
But again,
evolution disproves Adam and Eve.
Well, just because it doesn't make sense, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not true, though, right?
Yes, it does. To that degree. Quantum physics doesn't make sense, but we're still discovering things about quantum physics.
Ethan, I hate to
Adam
cut
and
this
Eve
off, man.
having three boys and there being nobody else on the planet.
I've enjoyed the conversation. Honestly, to be very fair, I was nervous just to talk to you because you were really kind of hot at that other kid.
Well, that other kid ran circles. That other kid ran circles and made assumptions he couldn't fucking support.
Well,
and he repeated himself, and I hate repeating myself.
Well, my wife just got home, but I followed you. I really appreciate the conversation, for real.
Yeah, me too.
I would love to talk again.
Yeah, we'll have to do that.
See you later.
Thanks, man.
See ya.
All right. Let me see. We're going to go back in here and we are going to go to Untold Legacy, 42 minutes.
Hello?
Hey, man, how's it going?
It's going great. I just I saw you you're live and I decided to join, have a conversation, So what is my first question is what made you feel like because I believe you're a Satanist, right?
Yes, sir.
What made you conform to that ideology?
Well, again, so I'll reiterate what Satanism is. I'm a member of the Satanic Temple. We are a non-theistic religion. We do not believe in a literal Satan. We do not worship a literal Satan. We are a civil rights organization made up entirely of atheists who use Satan and Satanism as a symbol to fight against tyranny and authoritarianism in the sense that Christians are behaving that way. So when a Christian goes to vote and they vote against same-sex marriage, that's authoritarianism. That's tyranny.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. So I'm gonna start and say I'm not a full-fledged Christian, right? I do believe that there is a creator. I do believe that he has a son. I just don't believe that what they show you in the Bible, like, oh, his name is either Jehovah or his son's name is Jesus. I don't believe that that's his general name. Based on what I've gathered so far, I'm not entirely finished reading the Bible, and the only reason why I read the Bible is because I feel like the Bible is actually made for us to see certain things, but at the same time, based on what we know in history, it's also been told that the Bible has been tampered with. So I feel like it was only tampered with so we couldn't understand what's going on around us properly. Because based on what I know and based on what I've been seeing so far, over the past couple of years, since I've had a bigger sense of awareness, I am aware that there is something up with, our reality, our governments, and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Are
And
you reading the Bible in its entirety, or are you cherry picking bits and pieces of it?
At first I started reading it for in its whole entirety, right? And I'm not trying to like cherry pick pieces. I'm trying to read it, and then each chapter that I finish, not is it chapter? Yeah, each book that I finish reading, I want to go over the book and fully analyze the book, because based on what I've read from parts of Genesis and Exodus so far, the book is not straightforward. I had debates with my mom's cousin, or my uncle, you would say, and I look, because he's a full-fledged Jehovah's Witness, and he tells me, oh, you got to read the Bible so you can have full understanding of your salvation. And I look at him and I tell him, I really truthfully don't feel like our whole salvation is in that book. The understanding of what we need to look for is in that book, maybe, but like full-fledged salvation,
I don't feel that we need salvation at all.
I see what you mean.
I think, and it goes back to, so part of being a member of the Satanic Temple is we have what's known as the 7 fundamental tenets. Number 6 of the 7 fundamental tenets is people are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify it and resolve any harm that might have been caused.
Okay.
That's what it means to be a good person. If you fuck up, then you need to make amends. We are not damned. We do not require salvation. We are not sinners.
Yeah.
We make mistakes, and hopefully we learn from those mistakes. It's just that simple. There is no evidence of an eternal sky daddy that's going to spank you for eternity if you don't kiss his ass.
I mean, I don't think that's the situation that's going on. I don't think, like, Because listening to what you were saying about the idea of hell and where it came from and the whole depiction and stuff, I don't think that's the situation. Because I do believe that the Bible was manipulated for other people's agendas, and they wanted to use the word to gain advantages. And also, I don't believe as well that even though there was slavery depicted in the Bible, I don't believe that it was through God alone. Because right now, from what I'm reading, well, from what I'm seeing in the Bible, it sounds like there's two people talking from the same position. You know what I'm saying? Like two different people opposing as God. Because one moment he's loving and it's nothing but love coming from him, and then the next it's just a different person. I don't know. It seems so
Well,
weird, and it's like
that speaks to the inaccuracy of the Bible itself. Yes, you
yeah.
are correct. The Bible has been altered over time based on politics, based on uh, societal standards at the time that the Bible was re-edited or interpreted. So what we have now is a bastardization of the original text. But the problem with that is we don't have original texts. We have scraps of original
Yeah.
texts, but we don't have anything that's remotely close to original. So that said, if there is a God, we have no idea what he commands of us.
Mm. So with that being said, I feel like the reason why we don't know anything about him is because whoever's um whoever is supposed to be depicted as the adversary in that book is trying to make sure that we don't know. And it's weird to say that, but it's like at the
Well,
same
I
time,
mean,
we have so many
wouldn't that
different names for
wouldn't
what.
that wouldn't that entity be God? Isn't God the arbiter of whether or not humanity learns something? The
I would say,
original in the book of Genesis, when we talk about Adam and Eve,
yeah.
God's desire for Adam and Eve was for them to remain stupid and ignorant in the garden for eternity.
Yes.
That was his position. That's what God wanted. So much so that he threatened Adam and Eve that if they ate from the tree of the knowledge, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, that that they would certainly die. And when they did it, he punished them. He punished his creation for gaining knowledge. Doesn't
I
seem like
understand where you're coming from.
doesn't seem like a good guy.
And that's the part that makes me feel like there's something more going on there, and it may not even just be him. That's why I said that I feel like there's two different people talking from the same position sometimes, and it's just because
Yeah,
words can mean anything. You switch the words around, and it could say
and
another
which
sentence.
is why I think it's unnecessary. We don't need the Bible. We don't need the religion. We don't need a belief in God to be better people, to create a better, more equitable society. We do not need these things. And as a point of fact, these religious ideologies hinder the progress of humanity in becoming a better, more equitable society.
Well, that is true, and that's only because we don't even have access to the full truth of
Well, then
the book.
then the God of the Bible, then the Christian God is incompetent. If we don't have access to his word, then that's his fault.
Wait, why would that be his fault if supposedly if in the Bible there's an evil person who's trying to prevent us from even being close with him?
So then God isn't all powerful.
Well, in a
or
sense,
all knowing, because if God was all knowing, then he would have known in advance that there was another entity that was trying to confuse it, and he would have done something to prevent that from happening.
see, I understand where you're coming from, right? And the way I explain this is based on what I know that is being depicted in the Bible. It's a really weird game, and it's like, and I feel like the person that is the people that we are dealing with here that we can't see or even understand, one of them is a person who goes based on what he says. So if you can get him to say anything, he has to go through with it because that's his word. For example, like if I told you no matter what I do, you gotta give me $5, right? And I just stole $5 from your pocket, but you're like, okay, and you're a man of your word, and you give me $5, something outrageous like that. What I'm saying is that even though God is all knowing and all this other stuff, there's people who plays on his principles of oh, I always keep my word as a deity or as the creator. You get what I'm saying? This there's loopholes in there's loopholes in certain things that I guess we're not paying attention to, and I guess um with the way that
My
he's
question is,
handling this.
why is it necessary in the first place? Why is this hide and seek game necessary?
Oh, in terms of what, us not knowing what he looks like, or
Like, why should we even give a shit?
I see what you're saying. So
It literally, when we look at societies, different
yeah,
countries in the world that are less religious, we see a better equitable society. When we see countries that are more religious, we see a worse society, guilty of human rights violations, all kinds of goofy shit. And even in the United States, you can apply this very basic understanding. The states in the United States that are conservative and red and highly Christian, like Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama, Tennessee, Texas, Kentucky, these states have the worst education systems, the worst healthcare systems. They have horrible job markets. They have higher rates of poverty and welfare. They have higher rates of diabetes, infant mortality rates. Literally, the states in the United States that are more religious are the states that are in the worst conditions.
But how do you know they're religious in the sense of Christianity? How do you know they're not more religious when it comes to other practices?
Like what?
Whatever religion that those people in those countries, I mean in those states follow or believe in. You know what I'm saying? Like
what other religion would there be? I mean, Christianity is the predominant religion in the United States. Are you telling me Alabama is largely Muslim?
Oh no, that's not what I'm saying. Because what I'm saying is the ones who really have control of what happens in the states is generally the leaders.
Yeah,
and I
the
personally
leaders making
feel,
decisions based on their religious beliefs.
but I don't think all of them are just really Christians. I
Yes,
honestly, I'm gonna
they
just be
are.
real with you.
What other religion
I'm
would
gonna
they
be real.
be?
Something that's not truthfully Christian, because again, I'm a conspiracy theorist.
That's a no true Scotsman fallacy. Nobody can tell you what is and is not Christian.
All right. So, I've heard people claim that they're Christian when they're really not. Just to
by what standard?
Gain alliance with people.
By
political
what standard?
standard, just political standard. Like somebody saying, "Oh, somebody trying to win an election. I'm a Christian." They're gonna claim that there's something that they're not. People have done that before.
Yeah,
you know what
except
I'm
that
saying?
we know the leaders of these states. We know their governors. We know their members of legislation. We know who these people are, and we know that they're public statements. For instance, in Texas, Greg Abbott is the governor. We know who this man is. We know what he believes, and he is a diehard evangelical, batshit insane Christian, and that's how he governs that state.
Interesting. You just gave me something to think about. Because one thing I'm going to tell you is,
and it's not. It doesn't just apply. It doesn't just apply to the United States. This applies again to the world over. The most religious place on earth is literally North Korea, and it's a fucking dictatorship. You go to the Middle East. These are theocracies like Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran, Saudi Arabia. These are theocratic governments based on Islam, and they have outstanding human rights violations. They have terrible education, terrible fucking healthcare. literally every metric of a healthy society. They fail every metric of a healthy society because they base their governments on a religious dogma, which is counterproductive to progress.
Okay.
It's like in America right now, one of our hot button topics is abortion. Christians are largely against abortion, even though their Bible quite clearly justifies abortion.
I think that's because they don't have a full comprehension of their Bible. I see a lot of people.
No, they
who,
they
read
very
the Bible,
obviously
don't
do
know
not.
how to.
They very obviously do not have a full comprehension of their Bible. But regardless, they don't understand the consequences to the things that they are asking for.
Yeah.
If we ban abortion in the United States, we are going to fuck everything up about our economy. This whole thing is going to take a shit.
I see what you're saying. I feel like this is all very complicated because for
it's not that complicated though, because when you look at Christianity from a historical perspective, all they do is kill people. Inquisition, there was 2 of them, a European and Spanish Inquisition, where they tortured people to death for thought crimes, for thinking a sin. The Dark Ages, where the Christian church was basically the rule, where if you didn't convert to Christianity, you were put to death.
So could I just be real with you? I honestly feel like certain situations like these are just like I feel like there's a little bit more to it that we're not seeing, because a lot when I hear all this stuff, I don't know. I feel like it. How do you know? We weren't there. We don't even know these ideas that these.
We have plenty of documentation from varying sources.
But that's just documentation that they want us to know. How do you know they're not?
Who's us?
They're not
hiding stuff. Who is they?
The people who hold the information. That's what I'm saying.
No. There is no global conspiracy to hide the truth from you, man.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Bill Clinton couldn't get his dick sucked by a Jewish girl without that shit getting out. You think there's a global fucking conspiracy to hide the truth of everything from you? Like there isn't one single whistleblower in that entire whatever shadow organization you think exists. Come on.
Honestly, I feel
human beings are not that good. There is no such thing as a global conspiracy to hide the truth of nature and reality from you.
I mean, how do you know? I mean, there's so many things that people don't even question, like how we had specific technological advancements and certain time frames in our history. And then
dude, the human species is 300,000 years old. Don't tell me that science just suddenly fucking appeared out of nowhere, because it didn't. That was a long, drawn out, painful goddamn fucking lesson. And it cost lives.
Well, science in general, you're saying?
Yeah. The lady that look up I can't remember her name, but you should look this lady up. I'm gonna give you some homework here. I want you to look up Marie Curie, Mariecurie, Marie Curie, or Mary Carey, or however you want to pronounce it. Marie Curie invented X-ray machines. Do you know what that got her?
Nothing, because she was
dead. Do you know why she died?
Oh, why?
Do you know why she died?
No, I don't.
Radiation poisoning and cancer.
Interesting.
Science didn't come easy, man. That shit came with a lot of sacrifice. And it didn't just happen magically overnight. It's been a progress for several thousand years.
I see what you're saying. I mean, I wouldn't say all. I wouldn't go as far as to say all types of science. I just feel like certain ones, just specifically, like quantum
Like
mechanics, for
what?
example, quantum physics. Um, I feel like certain pieces of science that we have, or subjects of science that we have, was something that was taught to us, and
Like
as we were like quantum
like
mechanics, for
what?
example.
What? Quantum? What's quantum mechanics?
Yeah, quantum mechanics and quantum physics.
No, that wasn't just given to us. It was discovered. You can literally look all of this up and read about it. Who discovered?
I'm gonna bookmark this person so I can come back to it later.
Who discovered the quantum mechanical model? Erwin Schrödinger proposed the quantum mechanical model of the atom, which treats electrons as matter waves.
Okay.
This shit, you can look this shit up, man. There is no knowledge that was just given to us. We, as a species, have worked our asses off for this information, for this understanding.
Okay. I see where you're going with this. Interesting. I'm gonna have to do tons more research because all my research was based on I guess trying to see something that seemed like it wasn't there, but after I like looked into that, I couldn't stop seeing it, like secret gestures, certain
Yes,
symbols, certain signs, numbers.
this is part of the problem with being a human. One of the things that we are good at is pattern recognition. One of the things we are bad at is understanding that pattern. We have an internal bias.
Yeah.
You were raised in a religious family.
Yeah,
You have early childhood indoctrination working against you. You know, a religion, by and large, is an emotional attachment to an idea. Human beings are instinctually afraid of things that we don't understand. Not everybody can be a quantum physicist. So people don't understand it, they're usually afraid of it. And they always take the path of least resistance. It is easier to just assume that a god did it than it is to actually do the fucking research.
Okay.
So we go back to the 7 fundamental tenets of the Satanic Temple. Number 5, which is my absolute favorite tenet. Beliefs should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's narrative or beliefs.
So wait, can I ask you a question? Because you did tell me the belief system of the Satanists and stuff. So how do you guys feel about the vaccine then? You feel like that's
We're pro-vaccine. Yeah, we're pro-vaccine. I actually got the vaccine. I'm literally kidney failure and on dialysis. I am immunocompromised. I got the vaccine as soon as it became available. You cannot tell me you honestly believe that doctors, nurses, and people who do virology have a vested interest in hurting the entire world.
I don't think that the doctors who administers the vaccines are trying to hurt the entire world.
Do you think the virologists who invented the vaccine are trying to hurt you?
Possibly.
No, they're not.
I'm not gonna lie.
They are scientists who got into that field because they were interested in it and they wanted to help people, not because they wanted to wipe people off the face of the planet.
So can I ask you another question? Who do you think is trying to, scare people into thinking all these things? Because if that's the case, somebody's really trying to. Who do you think is really trying to scare everyone into believing these things? Because people believe these things, and it's not for no reason. Somebody's trying to put the fear into people to make this think that this is.
Well, Fox News is one of those things. Fox News is one of those entities. But if you want to get more specific, I do believe it was the FBI I'm not 100% sure if it was the FBI or who it was. I think it was. They have a cyber division, and they discovered that the vaccine misinformation came from 12 different people. They tracked all of them down. They know who they are.
Okay.
The vast more than 70% of all vaccine misinformation has come from these 12 people. These 12 people made money by spreading that misinformation. They made advertisement revenue on their websites by spreading misinformation. Vaccines do not cause autism. Vaccines do not alter your DNA. They literally train your body to handle a viral load, and that's it.
I'm gonna actually put that on paper to look that up later about the vaccines. Because I feel like I heard that on the news from somebody saying that specifically. Like one of the, not like an anchor or just a regular person, but, it was either Dr. Fauci or somebody else in the medical field who was talking about it. And I heard them say that it does, like, alter your DNA, but
no, it doesn't.
I could have heard it from somewhere else.
You probably heard that from right-wing news media because it's not true. Do you know what is true?
Sure. Go ahead.
Somebody who decided not to get vaccinated gets sick with coronavirus. That virus then mutates and becomes a different strain of that virus. Same thing happens with the flu. Somebody didn't get the flu shot, they got the flu. The bug inside of their body mutated, became a different strain of the flu, and that person gave it to somebody who was vaccinated, but they weren't vaccinated against that specific strain.
So what you're saying is that the viruses mutate in people who are unvaccinated.
Yes.
And the vaccines is so no other mutations can occur.
Yes, the vaccines, if you get any given population of people to 80% vaccination, you create what's known as herd immunity. It prevents the disease or the virus from mutating into a different strain.
How come they don't say that?
They do. They do say that. People just aren't listening. Everybody's getting their fucking news from some bullshit article on Facebook.
Oh, I actually just watch different I just look at different news outlets to see.
Well, stay away
which one
from
is
Fox
really
News
trying
because Fox News rallies against the vaccine, even though Fox News required all of their employees to get vaccinated. Fox News is not a news source. Fox News is an entertainment source. It's in the name. It's called Fox News Entertainment. It is not a real news source. Tucker Carlson went to court last year for defamation. He was being sued for defamation. His defense in court, his literal defense in court, was that no reasonable person would believe what he says. That was his defense in court. No reasonable person would believe what he said.
That's crazy.
If you want good news, go to BBC, go to ABC. Those are really good news sources. Go to NPR. Those are relatively neutral news sources.
Would you say CNN is neutral?
No, CNN has been really far to the left.
Okay. Okay, that's very interesting. Damn. Information is very complicated because now what it seems like there's a group of people going around trying to get people to believe a lot of crazy shit, and it's insane.
You have to do your own. You have to understand how to do your own research. You have to consider the sources that you are reading from. You can't just take things at face value and assume that they're true.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Now, there was certain things that I experienced that just made that just confirm my certain beliefs in certain things. Like I feel like there's really a creator. Because there's
Personal
certain things that
experience
happened
is
to
not
me.
evidence.
I mean, what would you call somebody almost dying after giving birth, and then without any type of medical assistance at all, and she just converted back to normal just by herself?
What do you
And
mean?
she almost the mother of my child was about to give birth to my very first son, and when my son came out, her vitals dropped way below normal. They was about to run out. They was about to call medical assistance to put her on support because they couldn't keep based on her vitals. She needed to be on like I said, on support. As they was about to make the call, her vitals went from dangerously low back to normal in a second, and they walked out of the room. What her mom explained to me was the doctors walked out of the room in confusion and looked at her and said that your daughter was supposed to die, and she didn't, and they don't understand what was going on.
That doesn't prove an entity.
What do you think that is? Just a random medical miracle?
Not a miracle, but definitely something that happened. It's a coincidence. It's who knows what it is. The thing with medicine, though, is it's also not perfect. Medical decisions are largely based on an average of a population. So, for instance, I said I'm on dialysis.
Yeah.
The medical community says that I should be on dialysis 3 days a week for 4 hours a day. I can't do that. I personally cannot sit on that machine that long. It is entirely too fucking painful. So we changed my prescription for dialysis to 4 days a week for 3 hours a day.
Okay.
Because not everybody is the same, and we all respond to different things in different ways, from both a medical perspective, a sociological perspective, to be jumped or shocked or whatever the fuck you call that, paddled, to be jumped or shocked or whatever the fuck you call that, paddled. I've read a lot of medical mysteries, but that still doesn't mean it's a god. Because while your baby's mama might have made it through, what are you going to say to the baby mama who didn't?
No, I see what you're saying. Damn.
And what are you going to say to the baby mama who lives in a completely different country, has a completely different culture, and has a completely different religion? What are you going to say to her? If your God is true because your baby mom made it through, does that make her God true because she made it through?
So that's the thing. See, my God is completely different from what from what Christians actually believe. I just know that there's
It
a
doesn't
God. I
matter.
just don't know what his
It
name is.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That's not what the point I'm making. I don't give a shit what God you worship.
Okay.
If you have a woman who is in the exact same situation as your girlfriend was when she gave birth to your child, and she lives in Turkey and she's a Muslim, does that mean the Muslim God is as true as your version of God? Just because she miraculously recovered in a hospital.
How would I even explain that?
Yeah, you can't you can't explain it because it's just a medical thing that happens. It has nothing to do with the existence of a God.
Okay, I see. I understand what you're trying to say. Personally though, I don't know. I still gotta experience more for myself to even come to that full-fledged conclusion if there isn't even one.
Yeah,
Because
that's
I
fine.
still strongly
I'm gonna move
feel
on
like
to
there
another
is one.
guest, man. I appreciate your insight. I appreciate you coming in and chatting and hanging out with me. And as far as conversations go, you have been more intellectually honest than literally every other person I've talked to this evening. So thank you for that.
I appreciate it. Thanks for the conversation, man.
Yeah, man. You have yourself a wonderful night.
You too. Be safe.
You too. All right. We have a lot of people on here, but the crazy guy, he requested 75 minutes. He may not connect. My Cash App? I can comment. I will comment my Cash App. Here is my Cash App comment. It's right here. For those of you who want to do a donation type deal. I do work. I want everybody to know that I do work. I do work a job. I do ride share to supplement income. But I am honestly in a bad way right now. So any donations help, and I do appreciate it. Anna, we're going to go with you because you might connect. I never said I didn't work. I said I work a job. I'm honest about who I am. I work a job. I do ride share. I never lied about that. I'm not working tonight because I feel fucking terrible. Like I really feel fucking miserable right now, which is probably why I'm so goddamn short fused. All right, that guest didn't show up. So we're going to go with Mark, who's been waiting for 59 minutes. What's up, brother?
And nice to see you again. How you doing?
Oh, fucking tired, actually.
How you doing? Nice to see you again.
Yeah, you too, man. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. And like I saw a lot of like the way like these people think, and I'm thinking to myself, like, wow, how can they be like this?
It can be frustrating sometimes.
And it's like totally like crazy. But let me ask you, how do you feel about everything that was like going on? Like everything like everybody was saying. How do you feel about that?
Like, what do you mean? Oh, he disconnected. All right, well, we're going to go to Kelly Parker.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Awesome. So you have had
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You're not.
and I stopped at you because
your connection seems to be a little on and off. I'm catching
is that a bit better?
a little bit.
Okay, so I stopped at you because you were the realest.
Are you in Australia?
I am.
That's why we have a huge delay here. When you say something, I see your mouth move, but I don't hear the audio right away. So we've got a little bit of a delay.
All good. So yeah, I have questions. Be okay for because I can hear an echo as well. I had a near-death experience, and after that, I started writing. Been and observe, adapt person. So what I but I wanted to like chat with someone who's not religious of the big picture, if you will.
Okay. I'm sorry, but there is a huge disconnect here. I'm not getting half of what you're saying. I got near-death experience. If you would like, shake your head yes, and I'll try to discuss that. Okay. I'm going to disconnect from you really quick and just stay in the channel. And I will discuss those things. I will discuss near-death experiences and how we understand them from a non-religious perspective. So near-death experiences, there's been a lot of research done with these, specifically by the Mayo Clinic. We understand that near-death experiences happen as a result of our evolution. There is a chemical that is released in the brain when we experience what we feel like might be death, or when we experience death. There is a chemical that is released okay. They are a psychedelic experience. Now, this comes from DMT. DMT is, I can't remember the scientific, what is DMT? I can't remember what it's called. So I'm sure somebody in the comments knows what DMT stands for. So, what happens at the time of death is your brain releases this very powerful psychedelic called DMT. Dimethyltryptamine. Thank you. Dimethyltryptamine. This is a very powerful psychedelic. What this does is it causes you to hallucinate. And one of the parts of the study they did with near-death experiences is it has everything to do with your culture and the religion you were born into and your beliefs. Somebody who is born in a Muslim country and believes in Islam, when they have a near-death experience, they are going to come back and say, hey, I met Allah, or I met some other variation that has something directly to do with their already preconceived belief systems. And the same goes for Christians. Christians, when they have a near-death experience, they go through the same thing. Their experience is directly related to the beliefs that they already have. So that's all a near-death experience is. It's synapses in the brain that are they're literally misfiring, and there is a huge amount, or not a huge, but a small amount of DMT being secreted in the brain that causes these hallucinations. So we have a really good understanding of what near-death experiences are, and we have a really good understanding of like literally what happens at the point. And so that's literally what a near-death experience is. It's nothing supernatural, it's nothing mythical, it's nothing mystical, it's just, that's the simplest understanding of it. Neuroscience is one of my favorite fucking subjects. I love the study of the brain. It is my two favorite sciences are astrophysics and neurology. I love neuroscience. Understanding the human brain opens up so many doors to understanding the nature of reality and how we perceive it. I love neuroscience. It's an amazing subject. It's very interesting. My only frustration with it, though, is that it takes a lot of time to discover things. It's a very slow moving science, like the same with astrophysics. It's a very slow moving deal. All right, so let's get in another guest. Let's go with Charlie. Ooh, disconnected immediately. Okay. Let's go to Gray Ipswich. Let's go to Gray Ipswich.
All right, dope. I'm back. What's up, man?
Hey, man, how's it going?
I actually been reading my book. Waiting to come back on. So,
sorry about the lag there.
No, you're fine, man. You're good. You're good. Where did we leave off on? You were asking me questions because you said I'm the first Luciferian that
you were
spoken to.
You were discussing Luciferianism. I don't understand the necessity of it. It seems that it's just an amalgamation of a shit ton of beliefs that have always been around since mankind invented the notion of gods. So I'm not sure what the purpose of it. Yeah, I'm not sure what the purpose of it is.
Well, purpose is purpose of knowledge, which is why it brings under the umbrella of Satanism.
Isn't science the mechanism by which we understand knowledge?
Yes, science and magic.
Again, my question still remains: what is the purpose of Luciferianism then? If we already have science
and magic, and Luciferianism, what's the words I'm looking for? What appeals to me about it, and what always has, is that it encourages you to look things up. It encourages you to look up for yourself studies about the soul, for instance, studies about chakras, studies about ki, about energy, which
all of which are pseudoscience and not respected by the greater scientific community.
Oh, bioelectricity is interpreted as ki, or
bioelectricity is just bioelectricity. Adding a supernatural element to it, calling it ki, is reductive. If you are assigning a supernatural explanation to a naturally occurring phenomenon, it's reductive.
Well, there's lesser magic and there's greater magic, right?
That's as far as I'm aware, there is no such thing as magic.
That's Anton LaVey. Lesser
I don't
magic and
agree
greater
with
magic.
LaVey was a narcissistic misogynist and in general a shitty human being. I don't like Anton LaVey, and I disagree with almost everything that man ever had to say. I think he was a con artist. Huh?
He was the best con artist.
Yeah, he's a shitty human being, and not somebody that I would consider. I would not consider him somebody to look up to.
Not at all.
Again, Anton LaVey having nothing to do with the fact that magic doesn't exist, or at least we have no evidence of magic.
Depends on what you would define evidence as, but
no, my standards of evidence are the same across the board. My standards of evidence for gravity, for the laws of nature, are the same standards of evidence that I'm going to have for claims about the supernatural, for claims about magic, for claims about gods. My standards of evidence
are neutral. And as far as I know, we have no standard, or we have no evidence of supernatural or magical claims.
Magic is energy.
No, energy is energy. Energy is motion. Energy is motion. That's what energy is. It's not magic. It's just energy.
May I speak?
Yeah, go for it.
Awesome. So, atheistic Satanism, and Anton LaVey is also atheistic Satanism. I thought that's what you were saying that you were like before. I thought you were I thought you were LaVeyan Satanist.
Satanic Temple.
Okay. And LaVeyan is Church of Satan, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's where I was getting the two mixed up. My bad. So
one of the 7 fundamental tenets of the Satanic Temple is number 5. One's belief should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. That's literally my favorite of the 7 fundamental tenets.
I have to look into the 7 fundamental tenets. I haven't studied Satanic Temple very much, but I have studied a bit of LaVeyan Satanist, which I agree with as far as philosophy goes, and I agree with as far as magic and using magic goes. But
again, I have no evidence. I know of
my
no
experience.
Magic.
In my experience, I have actually used magic, which you can
Personal
believe or you
experience is
can
not
dismiss.
evidence. Okay, so faith
No,
healers don't work in hospitals for the same reason psychics don't win the lottery.
Smoke cigs if you're gonna smoke. I am smoking my vape because I quit smoking. It was detrimental to my health.
I'm gonna say it again. Also, vaping is bad for you too. Anyway,
it's
faith healers.
Baby steps.
Faith healers do not work in hospitals for the same reason psychics do not win the lottery.
No,
it's nonsense. Magical claims
magic, I'm not talking
are absolute.
Like that.
Magical claims are nonsense. And honestly, if you can do magic, then I highly recommend that you write a scientific article. Write down a scientific paper with your magic and how you make it work, and submit it to a scientific journal for peer review. And if there's any evidence that what you say is true, then you will literally be awarded a Nobel Peace Prize and be one of the most remembered human beings in all of existence.
Sounds like a lot of responsibility.
Well, that kind of comes with the territory of making claims.
And again, I'm not trying in any way to claim that science is real. I'm saying that it's real for me. Just like other people have claimed that Yahweh is real.
Personal experience is not evidence.
True.
And if it benefits just you, well, then what the fuck use is it?
Well, it benefits me and it benefits people that have used it correctly and have actually seen its use.
So then why
hasn't
anybody written an article about this and submitted it for peer review?
That's not even why I got on about this. Off topic. You were asking what the use of Luciferian is. There is no use. There's no use to any religion.
Okay, then why?
Are you asking why does it exist, or are you asking why I am?
Yeah, why are you? Why are you a Luciferian if it doesn't have a purpose?
Nothing has a purpose.
Bullshit. That's nihilism. Everything has a fucking purpose if you give it a purpose.
Well, that's the thing. That's subjective.
The purpose of life, the purpose of any given life is to give that life purpose. If you are not seeking things in life to give your own life purpose, then you're a nihilist.
Yeah. Yeah, I align with nihilism pretty well. I also align with stoicism, though. It is what it is. Yeah, there's nothing that you can.
As far as I understand, that's not Luciferianism. Luciferianism isn't nihilism.
Well, that's a philosophy. That's not a religion.
Well, I guess that's been to some degree enlightening. I don't know where to go from here. I have 2 other guest requests, so I think I might move on to them. I appreciate your
what I was originally talking about was that it's the combination of all original, anyways, religions of the world. I mean, like you said, it's a
that doesn't work either, because the religions of the world contradict each other.
Anyways,
universally they contradict each other. They might have a few things in common, but by and large they contradict each other.
Like, I literally have an entire book of the main ancient religions of the world. So
yeah. And they contradict each other on very important things. That's why they are different religions. That's why they have different proclamations. That's why they have different dogmas and different rules and different whatever. Because they're not the same.
Because they're in different cultures.
But they're not the same.
No, they're not the same. They're similar.
Well, then how can it all become one religion?
And that's because different people from different cultures interpret it differently. Think about it.
No, it still doesn't add up. And as far as I understand Luciferianism, it is not a combination of all world religions. Luciferianism is very specific. It's specifically about Lucifer, the demigod, the god of the morning light and knowledge. Has nothing to do with other world religions.
It's about Azazel. It's about Belial. It's about Astaroth.
These are individual characters that are referenced in, like, a couple of those characters you mentioned. They were referenced in the Bible as
they were demons.
No, not demons.
Which originally actually just means deity in Greek.
Not demons. They were referenced specifically using the word Satan, which again is just adversary or accuser. It's nothing to do with Lucifer or the devil or demons.
And like I was saying before, I
think you might be reading some pretty narrow. I think that your study here is pretty biased. I think you have a preconceived notion of what you want to believe, and you are interpreting what you are reading to justify that bias. Because honestly, I've been studying religion for the better part of 20 years, and I've never heard any of this.
Been studying religion since 24 now. About 12 years.
Yeah, I'm 40. Well, just about.
Yeah.
I've been an atheist since I was 14.
I've claimed a few. I've claimed atheism. I've never really claimed Buddhism, but I do like the aspect of Buddhism. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't understand the necessity to have a religion if it doesn't achieve anything.
Nothing achieves anything.
All right,
again, that's nihilism.
I'm not a nihilist, and I disagree with nihilism. I think nihilism is a shitty ass for people to be fucking lazy and not take responsibility for their actions. Nihilism is bullshit. 100% down the board bullshit. All right, let's go to, I don't even but they've been waiting. I still don't understand why people give themselves names online that, you know, you can't like say. It's not words. Anyway, how's it going?
Oh yeah.
Well, you disconnected right away. So that was a troll.
Hello.
How's it going?
Pretty good.
Anything you wanted to discuss specifically?
So, what do you think about Halloween?
It's a really cool adult holiday to get dressed up like a slut and drink yourself stupid.
Well, I have a horror collection. If I could show you. So
I'm not a big horror guy. I think
so. I have all this on my shelf.
Creepy.
So yeah. Yeah.
I don't do horror. I don't watch horror movies. I'm not into death. I actually kind of one aspect of humanity that I hate the fucking most, especially when it comes to Americans, is their obsession with true crime dramas and fucking Dexter and death and destruction. I'm more of a guy who wants to watch the hero story. I'm more of the guy that wants to listen to the stand-up comedian and find an excuse to laugh. I do not worship or have any desire in regards to death.
Yeah, I don't like that stuff either. I don't like to hear it at all. Anything that's talked about death, I don't like it. Yeah.
Was there anything else you wanted to discuss?
So I have a very, very silly question. So what do you think that, and I know this may sound silly, but what do you think God thinks about Halloween?
I don't give a shit.
Oh,
I don't care what. I don't believe in a God at all. Zero, zilch, nada, none. I have no belief that a God exists.
Okay.
So, I mean, even if there was a God, I don't care what he thinks about Halloween. I don't care what he thinks about beige carpet. I don't give a shit. It's irrelevant to my life and makes absolutely no difference.
Right. I don't like talking about like bad things, but where do you think we go after like death?
Nowhere.
I mean, nowhere.
When you're dead, you're dead. That's the end of it. Where were you before you were born? Nowhere. Your brain, through electrical and chemical impulses, is what literally creates your consciousness. And when your brain dies, your consciousness dies with it. Because without the brain, your consciousness cannot exist.
That's scary.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not?
No, it's not. Why would it be scary? You know what's scary? The idea that religious people think you're going to go to a place of burning, torture, and torment. That's scary.
Yeah.
Dying and becoming nothing is not scary. Do you know why?
Why?
Because you ain't going to give a fuck when you're dead. You're going to be nothing. You won't care.
Right, exactly. No, I believe you. I believe you.
And the idea that this is our only life, the concept that this is our only life, that there is no eternal life beyond this, means that you need to take this life by the ass and you need to live the best version of it that you possibly can. Get educated. Go make money.
Don't give a fuck what you say.
Get educated. Go make money. Go travel the world and see the world and
do fun things, bowling or whatever it is you're into. And if you don't give a fuck what I say, why the fuck did you send in a guest request and try to become part of the conversation? Talking about stupid goddamn thing you could have done. I don't even know what the fuck that was. That was ridiculous. Ridiculous. If you don't have something specific to talk to me about, don't send a fucking guest request. Anybody else want to jump in? Anybody else want to do a guest request and have a conversation? Go ahead, send in a guest request. We can talk. I will talk to atheists. I will talk to theists. I'll talk to anybody who wants to talk. I don't care. Just make sure you have a point to the conversation. Kelly, I would jump in with you again, but we're just going to sit there and disconnect. Your signal isn't the greatest, and it's really sketchy. It's hard to have a conversation that way. I'm sorry. Yes, I believe aliens exist. Do I believe that they have visited Earth? No, I do not. I do not believe souls exist. I have no evidence for the existence of a soul. Little Rosa B, I'm not getting a guest request. I don't see it listed. Do I have any friends that are people of faith? I have acquaintances that are people of faith. But I only have like 4 friends in the entire world. Well, I guess I have more than that, but I only have 4 friends locally where I live, and they're all atheists. Thank you, Helping Humans. I appreciate that, brother. It's really nice of you to say. Yes, if you cannot go live, if you have less than 1,000 followers, you cannot go live, and you won't be able to jump into the guest request. No, I do not believe in ghosts. I have no evidence to support the existence of ghosts. Norse paganism? I give Norse paganism a little bit more respect than I do Christianity, because Norse pagans aren't knocking on my door at fucking 10 a.m. trying to convert me. Norse pagans aren't in the legislature trying to write their bullshit into law. So I give them more credit than I do Christians. That said, it's bullshit. Norse pagans are making claims about reality that they cannot prove are true. Why do I not like nihilism? Because I don't feel the urge to slit my fucking wrist. I'm not gonna sit here and think that there's no point to life, because there is a point to life. I give my life purpose. I ride motorcycle. I go bowling. I do my job. I have these conversations. All of these encompass my purpose in my life. And yes, I am a humanist. To the person who asked that question earlier, I am a humanist. Mormonism is batshit insanity, and that's a fucking cult. Straight up. Nothing Not a single claim made by that religion is even remotely true. Deconstructing from fundamentalism. I am sorry that you went through that. I genuinely hope that your deconstruction is relatively painless. And, yeah, I hope you are successful in your deconstruction. The Illuminati is bullshit. It's a made-up, nonsensical line of just shit to scare people. That's all it is. It's not real. I don't know who should coach the Vikings. I honestly don't give a shit about the coach. I give a shit about the players. I care who's playing. Coach to me is irrelevant. Depends on, well, I don't like rituals. I don't like tradition. I think both of those things are inherently anti-progressive. I appreciate that you guys are so kind with the compliments in the live. That's really sweet of you. I do genuinely do these. I host these lives because I want people to be able to watch the conversation and make up their minds for themselves. No, I do not think that we are gods. I listen to mostly classic rock and country music. Classic country, not modern country. Favorite comedian? Ooh, I have a list of favorite comedians. Daniel Tosh, George Carlin, Eddie Murphy. Yeah, I have a lot of comedians that I like. Gabriel Iglesias, Ron White. Yeah, just a whole bunch of them. I do not believe that aliens have ever visited Earth. I think that from a purely, no, I do not believe in astrology. That's absolute bullshit. I believe that you cannot look at the stars, you cannot look at other planets throughout the galaxy, throughout the entire universe, and tell me that life hasn't developed on other planets. That's a physical impossibility to me from a numerical perspective. But I do not believe that aliens have visited Earth. No, we are not gods. We are not gods. Not in the classical definition of the word God. No, we are not. Yes, I celebrate Christmas. But Christmas has absolutely nothing to do with Christianity. Nothing to do with Christianity. Yes, Christmas is a pagan holiday. That is correct. No, I have not played StarCraft. I don't know who Morgan Wallen is. Do you believe we people are energy? I think that all matter is energy. Energy is just motion. That's literally what energy is, motion. And we are motion. Our cells are in motion. Everything about us, everything is in motion. And there's nothing that is truly permanent or stagnant. I used to draw, but seeing as how I'm back on dialysis again, I lack the finer motor functions in my hand to do it. No, I do not have the Star of David on my necklace. I have a pentagram on my necklace. Not the same fucking thing. I listen to a shit ton of podcasts. Scathing Atheist, Cognitive Dissidence, The Thinking Atheist, Sex with Emily. Shit, actually.
I have them on my phone. Let me go into my podcast here. We have Sex with Emily, Fake Doctors, Real Friends, Thinking Atheist, God Awful Movies, Hidden Brain, Cognitive Dissonance, Talk Nerdy, Atheist Experience, Talk Heathen, Wait, Don't Tell Me, The Friendly Atheist, Secular Sexuality, The Scathing Atheist, The Skeptocrat, The Lesbian Romantic, Rationally Speaking, Science Versus, New Books in Secularism, Hate Mail, the podcast for Real Time with Bill Maher. Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, I have a lot of podcasts. I am a Scrubs fan. I love Scrubs. It's one of the greatest shows of all time. Social constructs. Everything is a social construct. Everything that we deal with on a daily basis is a social construct. No, I do not like the show Seinfeld. I do not. That's not funny to me. It's actually really lame. Hold on a second. There was, do you do any gaming? I used to game, but not as much as anymore. Where does the ideology of evolution come from? Evolution is not an ideology. Evolution is a fucking science. And it's a well-documented, well-evidenced science. We have more evidence for evolution than we do for the theory of gravity. So it's not an ideology. It's a science. Do I think Christianity will ever come to an end? Yes. Eventually, all religion will die. Just a matter of time. Energy isn't alive. So how can energy die if it isn't alive? Energy is just motion. And yes, eventually, and I hate to break your heart on this, but the energy that makes up the universe will eventually die. It's going to cease to function. The expansion of the universe, eventually, when you look in the night sky, you won't see other galaxies. Eventually, our galaxy will tear itself apart. But long before any of that happens, the Earth will be consumed by the sun when it turns into a red giant and literally fries the entire planet. Eventually, all the energy in the universe will simply just become stagnant and dead. There will be no life. There will be no planets. There will be nothing. They will rip each other apart. Why do I think Christians demonize anything outside of their beliefs? Well, because confirmation bias. If you're not with them, you're against them. Do I believe in the multiverse? I don't have evidence that a multiverse exists. It's been hypothesized, but I can't say one way or the other whether or not it actually exists. No, it will not implode and explode into a new Big Bang. Science has pretty much universally walked away from the big crunch. And they have actually more started leaning into heat depth when the universe just becomes silent and motionless. That's the inevitable outcome of our universe. The leading hypothesis right now is heat depth. Nothing. Well, not nothing, but not something. Why would you be scared? We won't be here when that happens. Am I a nerd? That depends on how you define nerd. Yes, I do like Matt Delonte. I've met Matt in real life, in person. I hung out We went to the bar after one of the Atheist Experience episodes, and we shot pool, and a group of us, and Matt's a pretty good guy and one hell of a billiards player. The man made me look foolish, and I'm actually really good at pool. So he's a very sweet guy, very intelligent, very respectful. He's a really nice guy. Matt Dillahunty's pretty badass. Death is natural and nothing to be scared of. True. 'Tis a poor thing to fear the inevitable. Everybody is going to die eventually. It doesn't matter what you do. What kind of motorcycle do I have? I have a 2003 Harley Davidson Sportster. What are my favorite cartoons from childhood? Gargoyles. Good evening. My best game in bowling, I bowled a 264. That was my best game. My best average was 180 when I bowled league like 16 years ago. No, I do not believe in time travel. Do I have friends who have opposing views to me? Yes, I do. No, I do not have any ideas. I don't. I respect ideas, but I don't really have an idol. Like, I like George Carlin, I think, from both the comedic and from a philosophical perspective. He was a powerhouse. I like Christopher Hitchens. I respect his ideas. There are a lot of people that I respect, but I don't idealize anybody. We are traveling through space-time. That is correct. But I don't believe in time travel in the sense of you can go back in time or forward in time. Jim Carrey's hilarious. I've always liked Jim Carrey. What gets me out of bed in the morning? Curiosity, and I don't want to die. I mean, I'm going to die eventually. I don't want to starve to death. I don't want to be homeless. I have to go to work. I have shit to do. I can't just stay in bed all day. And curiosity. Curiosity is probably my biggest driving force. The desire to know more tomorrow than I knew today. I don't know Mark Maron. I don't know him. Do you think... Yeah, I think you are wrong about after death experience. It's impossible to feel nothing. How do you know? If you don't have a brain, you can't feel things. And when you're dead, you don't have a brain. Your brain is dead. Do you go up to Flagstaff or Pine Top? No, I haven't gone to Flagstaff. The closest or the furthest north I've ever gone was Prescott on a motorcycle ride through the mountains. Time has nothing to do with the rotation of Earth. That has absolutely nothing to do with how time functions. The rotation of the Earth is irrelevant. Gravity impacts time, but, well, actually it's more distance and gravity. The theory of relativity. But the rotation of the Earth has nothing to do with time. Other than that's how we measure days and weeks and months and years. Stephen Hawking was a brilliant man. I don't know a lot about him. I don't hate anything. Oh, wait, that's not true. I do hate religion. I genuinely do hate religion. I don't hate people, but I hate religious ideas. I hate pineapple on pizza. That's disgusting. I hate chow mein. Chow mein is gross. Yeah, there are, I guess, some things I hate, but they're just things. They're not actual people, so. Yes, I have been to Oregano's. Oregano's is fucking delicious. Oh, I'm not a fan of blue cheese. I prefer mozzarella. Elon Musk is a bad guy. He is an immoral scut, as are most business CEOs. If Elon can make $200 billion a year and not pay his fucking employees a livable wage, then he's just a shitty human being. It's that simple. And he didn't earn that $1 billion on his own, by his own hand or doing his own work. He earned that $1 billion by exploiting other people's labor. Thoughts on the minimal facts argument for Jesus' resurrection? I don't know what the minimal facts argument is, and I don't give a shit. I have no reason to believe that anybody can come back from the dead. You are misusing the word energy. I don't think you understand what the word energy actually means. You are using it in a supernatural sense. That is not what energy is. Energy is just motion. That's it. There is nothing mythical or magical or mystical or supernatural about energy. I'm hard to understand. How so? People get brought back from the dead every day in hospitals? To a limit, man. To a limit of several minutes, not an entire day. Ain't nobody ever been brought back from the dead 24 hours after they died. Yes, I am on dialysis because of an autoimmune disease. I'm a difficult person to read. I'll accept that. No, I do not believe in vampires. How do I think the pyramids were built? By stacking one big block on top of another. Nothing magical about that either. No, there is no study that confirms the existence of a soul. That is not true. That is a bullshit claim. Thoughts on school's education system? We are severely lacking. 60% of the American public can only read at a 7th and 8th grade level, and that's fucking disgusting. Our education system needs to be rebuilt from the ground up. We have a guest request from Helping Human. He is a friend of mine, so is a friend of mine. So, favorite Bible story? I don't have one. Nobody created the Big Bang. The Big Bang happened. We don't know what caused it. Seems like he's busy. So we'll step away from that for a second. When you're asking the question about the Big Bang, it shouldn't be a who caused the Big Bang. It should be a what caused the Big Bang. When you say who caused the Big Bang, you are bleeding your bias. You are showing what you already believe in. Who said the universe was created from nothing? Christians. Christians are the only people who think the universe was created from nothing in the argument for the Big Bang. No scientist has ever said that the universe came from nothing. No scientist ever said that. No, I do want a dog, but I don't have one. I don't believe in a literal Satan. I don't worship a literal Satan. Yeah, Lawrence Krauss used a mathematical equation, but it wasn't, again, as you said, really nothing. It was actually something. I don't have anger issues. No, I don't believe in Satan as true. I just said I don't believe in Satan. What about that is confusing? I cannot adopt a dog because adopting a dog is too fucking expensive. Have you ever taken a political survey? No, I have not taken a political survey because I don't give a fuck where on the spectrum for politics I fall. I'm a goddamn progressive. I want to see people equitably happy, secure in their income, and I want to see bias, prejudice. I want to see prejudice go away. If you believe in nothing, then the Big Bang Theory is not real. First off, when did I ever say I didn't believe in anything? And secondly, what does my personal beliefs have anything to do with the Big Bang? Seriously, you're going to irritate the shit out of me. So I think it's best if you just leave because nothing you say makes an ounce of fucking sense and you're just going to piss me off. You're not making any sense. Like, do you understand grammar? Are you getting some bad, bro? Just a question. I don't even think you understand sentence structure or grammar. You travel to Cali or Vegas at all? No. One, I have no interest in going to California ever. I do want to go to Vegas, but travel is difficult for somebody like me who is on dialysis. Favorite place you've traveled so far? Where I am. I love Phoenix. This place is fucking awesome. All right, fine. If you want to be a twat waffle, I can just simply mute you. Then that's totally okay. You can, either choose to act like an adult or you can be a child. Either way, you are muted for 5 minutes. Make up your mind in that time period. Which is my least favorite apologist? All of them. I can't stand the apologetics because they are all presuppositionalists. They are all assuming a God rather than providing evidence for one. How do I feel about spirituality? It's just an obfuscation. It's nonsense. There's no reason to buy into it. Thank you. I appreciate the support. God damn it, I feel terrible. Fuck. So gross. The atheist experience is very specific and picky about who they bring on as a host. And to be honest, I don't know that I'm a good fit for that show. I am more short-tempered than Matt Dillahunty is. I am less knowledgeable than the staff of that show. And I cuss a fuck of a lot more than they do. How far east have you been through AZ? Goodyear, I think. No, that's not east. I came from Texas, so I've been through Tucson. Money is not the root of all evil. People, their behavior is, I don't think that evil exists. I think that bad behavior exists. I think that harmful behavior exists, but I wouldn't call it evil. And I think that money inspires that kind of bad behavior. I lived outside of Austin. Do you believe there is life outside of the Earth? What do you mean outside of the Earth? On other planets? Yes, I believe in alien life. No, I do not believe that aliens have ever visited Earth. Maybe you should keep your opinions to yourself because you're messing with something bigger than you. Okay, you can think that, but I'm not going to do it. Yes, I've traveled through Globe. I am a Lyft driver, so I've been through Globe quite a few times. All right, well, we can do that too. We can follow through on that one more time. In fact, we can just go ahead and confirm that blocked completely. No, I don't like Old Town Scottsdale. Old Town Scottsdale is a goddamn nightmare. Well, to be honest, Old Town Scottsdale is only a nightmare right now because they have the one section of it under construction and they're blocking off all the streets on the weekend. So picking people up or dropping people off from that area is a fucking bitch. No, I have never been to Canada. The closest I've ever been to Canada was Niagara Falls. Yes, I do feel terrible because I am sick. I am on dialysis for kidney failure. That's the reason I feel terrible right now. I need dialysis. Dialysis will make me feel better, but it'll also wipe me out and make me exhausted. So it's kind of a trade-off. Have I ever been to Pennsylvania? Yes, I've been to Mechanicsburg in Pennsylvania. I used to be a truck driver. 2016, 2017, I was a truck driver and I went out to Mechanicsburg. I don't know. I can't assume what an alien species would look like. It would largely depend on, obviously, their genetics, but it would also largely depend on, like, the gravitational force of the planet they're originally from. All kinds of shit makes a difference in there. I've never been to Jersey. Yeah, Dallas sucks. It's a terrible thing to go through. How do I feel about Area 51? I don't know anything about it, so I don't care. I appreciate that that sentiment, but I'm not perfect. Right now, my room is a literal fucking disaster because, you know, ADHD and a dozen other fucking reasons. I suck at adulting. No, I do not like Rick and Morty. We're going to go for a ride. Damn it. Right now, I feel like there's a whole bunch of fluid building up in my body, so we're going to go sit in the car, and I'm going to drive to my dialysis unit and hang out, because when I sit in the car, it forces all the fluid into my legs, which keeps it out of my chest and out of my face. Phone, wallet. All right, here we go. All right. Give me a sec here, guys. It's going to get dark. How many channels do you have? And why are you so invested in fucking trolling my account? Why do you even give a shit? If you don't like what I have to say, then get the fuck out. If you don't like my opinion, you don't have to listen to it. Go the fuck away. I'm not really a mall guy. I don't buy my clothes in the mall. I buy my clothes at Walmart because I'm not going to spend $90 on a pair of fucking jeans. That's never going to be a thing I'm ever going to do.
Favorite band. I don't really have a favorite band. I have favorite songs. Well, I don't even really have a favorite songs. I have songs that I like. But I don't really have a specific favorite. I'm about to experience something I've never experienced in my life. Well, bring it on, because that's the fruit of life. That's the best part of life. The best part of life is experiencing new things. And I will never sit here and make the assumption that I'm a know-it-all or that I've experienced everything. I haven't, and I wouldn't make that claim. What do you think it is I'm about to experience that I've never experienced before? What is it that you think you know about me? No, I'm not going to go do dialysis now, but I am going to go sit outside of my dialysis unit. It makes it easier if I'm there early, and sitting in my vehicle, because of how my vehicle forces me to sit, it pulls the fluid out of my face and out of my chest, and it puts it down in my legs, and it traps the fluid in my legs so it's not in the rest of my body. It makes me a little bit more comfortable. Because when your kidneys don't function, you retain fluid. Yeah, I hope I feel better too. Dialysis, I will feel physically better after dialysis, but again, dialysis also wipes you out. Like it sucks the energy the fuck out of you, and it makes you tired, and it can be a little bit painful, well, quite a bit painful actually. It actually does hurt, actually a lot. So, I'll feel better in one sense, but I'll feel worse in another. Yes, I have moderators, but most of the time I don't need them. I don't really make a habit of blocking people. I don't like muting. I don't like blocking. I like people to be able to share like their perspectives. Although, I mean, a troll is a troll. So, I mean, it is what it is. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Yo, 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 yo. Excuse me. A favorite song? Not really. But I can give you a sample of some of the music I like to listen to.
Well, you said it's over. Our love is dead and gone. I don't know where it went wrong. But honey, I won't complain if you decide to leave. So go on, walk out that door, and don't worry about me. I will be drinking bourbon whiskey all night long with my friends to keep me company. Darling, you won't be on my mind at all, because I'll be busy drinking bourbon whiskey.
Thank you, Aqua. I guess I'll take that as a compliment. That's very nice of you to say.
About me, enjoy your freedom. Just don't call me. Say you're sorry and you miss me, because I won't listen. I'll be drunk off bourbon whiskey. I will be drinking bourbon whiskey all night long with my friends to keep me company. Darling, you won't be on my mind at all, because I'll be busy drinking bourbon whiskey. I'll be busy.
The only two things in life that make it worth living is guitars and tune good and firm feeling women. I don't need my name in the marquee lights. Got my song and I got you with me tonight. Maybe it's time we got back to the basics of love. Let's go to Lukenbach, Texas, Waylon and Willie and the boys. The successful life you're living got us feuding like the Hatfields and the Coys. Between Hank Williams Payne songs and Blueberry's Train songs and Blue Eyes Flying in the Rain, I
Out looking by Texas, ain't nobody feeling no pain.
I've heard people say too much of anything. But I don't know about that. There's been a time with love. We've shared love and made love. It doesn't seem to me like it's enough. It's not enough. It's just not enough. Oh, baby.
Would you go with me if we rode down streets of fire? Would you hold on to me tighter if the summer sun got higher? Would you roam from town to town and never shut it down? Would you go with me if we were lost in fields of clover? Would you walk even closer until the trip was over? Or would it be okay if I didn't know the way? If I gave you my hand, would you take it and make me the happiest man in the world? If I told you my heart couldn't beat one more minute without you, girl, would you accompany me to the edge of the sea? Let me know if you really agree. I love you so, so would you go with me? Baby, lock the door and turn the lights down low. Put your music on, it's soft and slow. Baby, we ain't got no place to go. I hope you understand. I've been thinking about this all day long. Never felt a feeling quite this strong. I can't believe how much it turns me on just to be your man. There's no hurry, don't you worry. We can take our time. Come a little closer, let's go over what I had in mind. Baby, lock the door and turn the lights down low. Put some music on its song. Why don't I sing for a living? Because I'm tone deaf. Because I'm literally tone deaf. I can sing with a song that I have practiced 1,000 times. I cannot sing on my own
without the song in the background. I am tone fucking deaf. Does not sound like that. You have a great voice. No, thank you. I appreciate that. But I've tried recording myself singing. I sound fucking terrible.
Well, I lost my heart
when we met. There ain't a lot that I don't regret. I hung around till you said I do. I knew I wouldn't have nothing if I didn't have you. I changed my thinking when we changed your name, and neither one of us will ever be the same. And I swear I'm never gonna be untrue, 'cause I wouldn't have nothing if I didn't have you. If I didn't have you. I don't think I know why you... I think I know why you don't believe in God, because you had no miracles happening in your life. I don't believe in miracles. I don't believe in God because I have no evidence of a God. It has nothing to do with miracles happening in my life or not happening in my life. I don't have evidence for a God, so I am not convinced that a God exists. It's just that simple. Nothing complicated about it. Excuse me. Yes, I have listened to Five Finger Death Punch. I like Five Finger Death Punch. They're good. I like Volbeat, Metallica, Guns N' Roses. I like a lot of music. But, so like a lot of people are emotionally connected to music. Like that's a thing. People are emotionally connected to music. I am not emotionally per se connected to music outside of mostly nostalgia. I'm emotionally connected to storytelling. So I like movies, TV shows, anime. I'm a huge anime buff. I love anime. V-Roys. My favorite anime? My favorite anime is That Time I Reincarnated as a Slime. My more recent favorite animes are Banned from the Hero's Party and The World's Finest Assassin was reincarnated as an aristocrat. I also like Sword Art Online, Chivalry of a Failed Knight, Like there's a laundry list of animes that I like. I actually just discovered a brand new boy love anime. I like Junjo Romantica, Sekai Ichi Hatsukoi, Love Stage, another one that I can, Dakari, I can never fucking remember the name of it. But I have a picture. I saved a picture of it, but I can never remember a name. Oh, give me a sec. Okay, here it is. That's not it. Trying to find the title screen. There it is. Dakaratai. Dakaratai Otoko. Dakaratai Otoko. That right there is a really cute. It's a really cute boy love anime. I love boy love anime, boy love romance animes. They're my probably my favorite genre. Romantic anime. And I just discovered a new one. It's at home. I have it written down, but I can't remember the name of it. Actually, I can look it up. No, I don't really have a thing for pirates. Hold on a second. My other phone is dying. Okay, the newest anime that I have fallen in love with is, where is it? Sasaki to Miyano. Sasaki to Miyano. It is it's a boy love anime. Demon Slayer is really good. I love Demon Slayer. I don't think it's on Netflix. So that's the name of it. Well, you can't see. It's a new boy love anime that just released. It only has one episode, so I don't know a lot about it yet, but so far it's really good. Yes, I have watched Inuyasha. It is a good anime, but it's far from any of my favorites. Mostly because it took so goddamn long to finish it. Well, thank you, Marina. I appreciate that. Yes, I am chewing on ice in an effort to reduce the amount of fluid I'm taking on. Oh, that's a good idea. Shit, I need to take those. Take my meds. I gotta take my meds. Ponyo, it's PQ. No, I haven't seen that one. Fluid restriction and high protein. I have a high protein diet, not a low protein diet. I have a high protein diet because dialysis pulls protein off of out of your blood as well as phosphates, potassium, shit like that. Seven Deadly Sins is a good anime. So, Lord of Bones, where are you from? Because, like, you're in my live a lot, and I don't know that I should follow you. Nebraska, okay. I'm originally from Minnesota. I left Minnesota in 2019. Ow, excuse me. That fucking hurt. Excuse me. Oh, you're from Iowa, but you live in Nebraska? I got you. I've worked in Iowa. I worked at Diamond Joe Casino in Northwood, Iowa. Well, I appreciate that. I like it when people come in and hang out in my lives and, we have good conversations. You're a nurse and a leftist. Well, I love that you're a nurse. I love that. I have my arguments with leftists. I'm not a conservative and I'm not on the right. I'm a progressive. But as far as like a political ideology goes, I have my issues with the left. Well, thank you. What made me venture out to AZ? Warmer weather. I can't do winters up north anymore. When you are immunocompromised, man, being in the winter is a goddamn nightmare. Last time I was in Minnesota, the temperature dropped to 50 below zero with wind chill. So never, ever the fuck again. Also, there's a reason why they call Midwestern states flyover states, because there's literally nothing to do except get drunk. It is currently 55 degrees right now here in Arizona. You asked, Bones asked what my issues with are the left. A lot of them want to restrict free speech. I think free speech is free speech. And as soon as we cross the line of dictating what is considered free speech and what isn't, we subject ourselves to limiting all speech. If somebody wants to get on social media and be a racist, they have the right and the freedom to do so. I'm going to fundamentally disagree with them. I'm not going to like who they are as a person, but they have the right to express that. And if we limit their right, we might as well be limiting our own. the left seems to get offended by a lot of things that is mostly irrelevant. The left tends to take things too far. So while I 100% support Black Lives Matter, I have heard white people on social media talk about having white guilt, how all white people are evil and we should all feel guilty for the things that white people have done in the past. I disagree. I am not going to take on the sins of people who came before me. I'm absolutely never going to do that. I'm not going to feel guilty for the shit that people did years ago. And while I do recognize that I benefit from a system that was created by white racists, I am not responsible for that system. Yeah, I mean, there's just, and honestly, from a political standpoint, the left doesn't do shit. They don't vote. Literally, right now, the U.S. Supreme Court is working on gutting Roe v. Wade. The reason the U.S. Supreme Court is working on gutting Roe v. Wade is because people didn't vote in the 2016 election. And because they didn't vote, or they voted third party, they literally gave the election to Donald Trump. That is the consequence. We did not vote for Hillary. I didn't like Hillary. I think Hillary is just a fucking twat waffle. But because the left doesn't vote, typically, Trump won that election. And because Trump won that election, he got the U.S. Supreme Court picks. And because he got the U.S. Supreme Court picks, he put evangelical Christian batshit insane people into that office. Actions have consequences. And by and large, on the left, people think that voting doesn't work. It does. It absolutely does work. And I mean, this is why I don't prescribe to being a Democrat or to being a liberal. Left, sure, but I'm a progressive. I want to see better education, better health care, a more equitable society where people don't have to struggle between paying rent and buying groceries. No, you're right. Trump didn't win the popular vote. But if Democrats had any goddamn balls, they would get rid of the Electoral College. Unfortunately, Democrats don't have any goddamn balls. No, we should not do away with government. That's a horrible fucking idea. Anarchy is nonsense. As is communism. Communism is bullshit. Sorry, I'm not buying it. There is no such thing as a perfect political ideology or philosophy. Everything is subject to corruption. I'm sorry, Bones. We're 100% going to disagree on that. Look, on paper, communism is basically just a utopian society. On paper. It is not something that human beings could ever accomplish. We cannot be a communistic society. We have anger, jealousy, resentment, spite. We do horrible things for horrible reasons. And because of our emotional proclivities, we cannot live in a communistic society. Can't do it. Selfishness. There's another one. Selfishness. People are inherently selfish. Oh, I'm never running for politics. Well, socialism's the same. It fails because of the human condition. That's why there is no such thing as a political philosophy that's perfect. All of them are subject to greed and corruption because of the human condition. Now, if ever in the future human beings evolve past their need, well, evolve not their need, but evolve past their emotional attachment or their like emotional instinct, if people can ever evolve past their emotional instinct, then yes, you could at that point have a utopian society. I don't know what Marxism is, and I don't give a shit about it. I'm not. I barely understand political science. There is something to be said for honesty, right? When you look at how human beings behave, you honestly assess that. And from that position, you can make a declaration as to some political ideology. You're welcome. But again, I think that leftists, I think their heart is in the right place. They want an equitable society. I think they go about it wrong. The best way to create a more equitable society is through education. Dumping capitalism in favor of a different political ideology isn't going to accomplish shit if you have a less than educated society or population. You want to create an equitable society? Then younger people need to be running for office, local, state, federal office. We need millennials running for office in every form of it. We have to kick out these older people, the boomers with their archaic ass ideas of economy and archaic. They're not able to learn a new trick, right? Old dogs, new tricks kind of thing. So you need younger people in office that advocate for education, because education is the absolute number one way you create a more equitable society. Yes, I agree. But do you know how billionaires got that power? No for-profit prisons, that's a big one. But do you know how billionaires got power? By keeping the populace ignorant. By making it so that more than 60% of Americans can only read at a 7th or 8th grade level. If the American population was educated properly, there wouldn't be billionaires. And Bezos and Elon Musk and the Koch brothers, all of these people, the Walton family, all of these people know that if the population of the United States was properly educated, they wouldn't fucking exist. So it all comes down to education. Doesn't matter if it's capitalistic, doesn't matter if it's communistic or socialistic, it does not matter the metric for the government or for the political philosophy. That's irrelevant. At the end of the day, it is 100% based on education. Prejudice goes away with education. Empathy becomes a part of your daily life when you are educated. College needs reformation just as badly as K through 12 needs it. Because in college, you're wasting thousands of dollars on classes that are required for a degree that you don't need those classes for. College needs reformation. K through 12 needs massive reformation. That whole entire system needs to be built from the ground up. Yeah, social work will definitely open your eyes to the corruption in the system. There's a lot that'll open your eyes to the corruption of the system. This is one of the reasons I rally against religion. By and large, the Christian religion in the United States is anti-education. They're anti-science. That poses a serious risk and a major problem to our society. So you're fighting against two forces here. And if you do history, if you read enough history, you find out that a lot of empires, a lot of governments throughout history fell for one of two reasons or both reasons: greed and ignorance, lack of education. Alexander the Great, his empire fell because of greed. Mostly greed. I'm going to be honest, mostly greed, but there was a religious component to it. They had Alexander's library. People who were considered poor or less than, at the bottom of the class warfare spectrum, were not allowed to be educated. They were not allowed to go into Alexander's library and read or learn. Because of that, they revolted and they burnt down Alexander's library and they overthrew that empire. So it is a combination of greed and religion that most empires have fallen in the past. And that's what we're facing today. That's the barrel of the gun we are looking down right now. We are fighting against evangelical Christian authoritarianism, and we are fighting against billionaires, the upper class, dictating whether or not we can have education, whether or not we can have, a livable wage, all that shit. Yeah. Religion inspires ignorance through a lens of arrogance. There are different level jobs, so if we are all on the same education level, how would that work? Because everybody has a strength that they can play to. Some people are really good at math. Some people are really good at grammar and literature. Some people really are good at science. Some people really are good at social studies. Everybody has their strengths and their weaknesses. And one of the things I think that needs to happen with K through 12 education is that they need to focus more on a child's strengths. Yes, give them the basics. Absolutely. They need to learn grammar. They need to learn basic math. They need to learn basic history. Give them the basics in early education. But when they get older, in like junior high and high school, focus on their strengths. Give them all the tools that they need to be better at the one thing that they're really, really good at. Another thing we would benefit from is fundamentally changing our economy. We need to get away from fast food restaurants. Like, that's the thing that needs to become a thing of the past. The United States is the leader in heart failure, heart disease. Like, heart disease is the #1 killer in the United States because we have piss poor, shitty fucking diets. We eat garbage. You mean to tell me you can't make Taco Bell tacos at home? Yeah, my lives usually run a pretty good distance. Fucking nose. If I could make a living out of loving you, I'd be a millionaire in a week or two. I've been doing what I love and loving what I do. If I could make a living out of loving you. Early in the morning when the sun comes up, punching that clock on the wall. Break my back just to make a buck, wishing I was in your arms. If I could make a living out of loving you, I'd be a millionaire in a week or two. Damn fucking nose. God damn it. What's the autoimmune disease you have if you don't want? The autoimmune. I don't have the disease anymore. The disease did the damage, and it's gone. The disease is over with. The autoimmune disease I had was anti-GBM disease. It's a variation of another disease called Goodpasture syndrome. That wasn't it wasn't the funnest thing I've ever gone through, I can tell you that much. I'm hanging out in my car until dialysis. So it is currently 1:30 in the morning where I am. Dialysis starts at 5:30 in the morning. I'm sitting in my car because I'm trying to keep the fluid in my body trapped in my legs instead of in my chest or in my face. You have Raynaud's syndrome. Raynaud's syndrome. Let's see. All right. So if you have that, why in the hell do you live in fucking Nebraska? You should be living in like Arizona or Florida or some other stuff like that. Damn it, I bought my friend a bottle of whiskey and I completely forgot it in my fucking car. I didn't give it to him. Fucking nose. Ah, fucking nose. No, I go to dialysis 4 days a week for 3 hours a day. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, from around 6 o'clock-ish in the morning to about 3 o'clock or 9 o'clock-ish in the morning. Yes, I will have to do dialysis for the rest of my life unless I get a kidney transplant. I'm sure they will. As bad as I have it, there's always somebody out there who has it worse than me. That's why I ask people for donations, because I cannot for the life of me catch up on bills. I am fucked behind on bills right now, and I cannot fucking get ahead. I hate to break your heart, but Jesus wasn't white and he didn't have long hair. If he existed at all. No, if you say intelligent shit, if you ask genuine questions, I'll talk to you. But if you're just going to sit in my live and make ridiculous comments, I'm going to ignore you. How many years have you been doing dialysis? I got sick back in 2012. I had a transplant in 2013, and I rejected that transplant in 2020. February of 2020. I have now been on dialysis for coming up on 2 years. This run. Last run was 1.5 years. I did have a living donor. My ex-wife donated a kidney. She donated it before we got married. We got divorced in the fall and spring, 2017, 2018. Yeah, I was 29 when I was diagnosed with the kidney disease. I am now 39. It's been 10 years. I rejected my transplant because I had Medicaid for insurance, and they folded my policy. And I was no longer able to get my anti-rejection medications. That's why I went into rejection. Which, after a little bit of research, I found out more than 60% of kidney transplant recipients that reject a kidney do so because they cannot afford the anti-rejection medication. So it's a common problem. It is insane. Welcome to America, where everything is money. No, I'm not going to think that you're being mean because you misspell a word. It's all right, Claire. Again, I'm not the only one that suffers that shit. And now Mayo Clinic is rejecting my application for transplant. Well, to be on the list. They're rejecting my application to go on the list for transplant because of non-compliance. Because I don't always sit the full amount of time on my dialysis. I don't always sit the full 3 hours. I sit as long as my body lets me sit. If it starts to hurt, I get off the machine. I tell them to take me off. Usually that's around 2.5 hours. And I refuse to go to a medical or a medicine doctor for medicine. I will not take painkillers. My dialysis clinic has suggested that I go and see a pain doctor, and I refuse to go because I'm not going on opioids. I refuse to take pain medication. So I just deal with the pain, which honestly, in hindsight, is kind of fucking stupid. But whatever. I'd rather be in pain than be addicted to drugs. No, I don't do marijuana. It doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't help with the pain at all. It does not help with the pain even in the slightest. Not as tough as I'd like to be. About as tough as I can be. No, I have not found a natural source of pain relief. The only way I can deal with the migraine headaches is Excedrin. I have to take Excedrin. And honestly, I have to take more than the prescribed dose to get rid of the headaches that are caused by dialysis. That's the only way I can deal with the headaches. The muscle aches, there is literally nothing I can do for that. The joint ache, there is nothing I can do for that. Hugs. I love hugs. I also have a resting blood pressure of 200 over 140, which is dangerous. It could lead to stroke and heart attack. My teeth are rotting out of my face because of dialysis. That's a pleasantry. That's going to become a problem here in short order. I don't know. I've been single now for 2 years because of the fact that I'm on dialysis. Also, I have a hard time with putting up with people's shit, and people have a hard time putting up with my shit. But I'm on dialysis. I'm literally 1 foot in the grave at this point. I've already almost died once because of this shit. Came uncomfortably close to that. I actually got Mayo helicopter. They put me in a helicopter and ambulatoried me to a bigger hospital in Rochester, Minnesota when that happened. That was rough. Yeah. It's all right, guys. I appreciate your guys' sympathy, but There are people out there who have it worse. Cancer is fucking worse. Like in almost every form of that shit, it's worse. But kidney failure is not fun, and it's pretty miserable. If I'm being honest, like it is pretty fucking miserable. Fuck me, I'm starting to get tired. Son of a bitch. There's another side effect of dialysis and kidney failure is chronic exhaustion. Fucking annoying. Oh, I hate that shit. It's just like I'm awake and I'm alert and then suddenly just fucking tired. Immediately fucking tired. Yeah, it's hard to keep your fucking eyes open. It's hard to focus. Happens to me while I'm at work, man. I'll be working and suddenly for no apparent reason I'm too tired. I can't keep my eyes open, so I'll drop off whatever customer I have. I'll take them to their place and then I log off and I'll find a dark parking lot and I'll take a fucking nap in the middle of my shift. Yeah, I mean, anybody who deals with, who deals with some kind of chronic medical condition understands it's not fun. Fuck. All right, I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to have to end the live and take a nap. Because I can't fucking keep my eyes open anymore. I do ride share. That's my job. I do ride share. I'm going to take a nap in my vehicle. I'm only 5 or 6 miles from home, so it's no big deal, but I'm going to take a nap in my car. I will probably go live at some point in the next 24 hours again, because it's one of my favorite things to do. I appreciate you guys. You guys have a wonderful morning. Thank you so much for hanging out and the wonderful conversation. It's been awesome. You guys have a good night.